And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the StarCraft Evolution League number 5. I'm, of course, your Sly VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing people, the players in the chat, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to your bi-weekly dose of StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, one and all. For those that are curious, this is not StarCraft 2. This is not SC2. This is a mod melding together StarCraft 2 and Brood War. We have our first series, and we are jumping right on in. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Polypoid, we have the blue Terran player, the Brood War Terran. It is Heinz Ketchup. We're gonna get sued. We're gonna and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is Snockstar. If you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. We are still in the round of 32, exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and there is plenty going on. We'll be going over the bracket after this series. For now, we are focusing on our first best of 3. Here we go. Again, if you are familiar with the channel, you'd be familiar a little bit with Snockstar. Snockstar is a very aggressive, very cheesy Zerg player from Poland. We have been casting a lot of Snockstar over the past year, especially in Polish events. But something about Snockstar is that he has been dabbling in other games. He did compete quite a lot and was quite successful in Stormgate. He competed in Battle Aces, like in the events that did pop up. So Snockstar, he has been diversifying quite a lot. And a part of that diversity also includes StarCraft Evolution. You know, Snockstar, he is one of the few Polish players that really did jump in and embraced StarCraft Evolution much more than the others. And I'm curious to see how Snockstar's style changes in StarCraft Evolution, if at all. Again, as I mentioned, in SE2 at least, Snockstar is hyper aggressive. Very all-in. He's a very all-in kind of player. So we'll see how he approaches this. As a reminder, 4-player spawn maps. So the Overlords are scouting. We have an Overlord here on the right-hand side. We have an Overlord going towards the bottom left. And the Overlord will confirm the spawn location. So the Overlord is aware, or Snockstar is aware now of where Heinz Ketchup has spawned in. Meanwhile, Heinz is unaware as the SCV vision, or the building vision, was not large enough to actually spot the Overlord. So the Terran player is still scouting. You can see here the SCV is checking the right-hand side of the map, and now through the process of elimination, it looks like has confirmed top left. Looks like the SCV went top right first, then bottom right, now top left. So now we're fully aware of what's going on. Again, something about StarCraft Evolution, as you're seeing here, especially if you're watching for the first time, is the fact that we reintroduce 3-player spawn maps and 4-player spawn maps as well. This is something that has long since gone from StarCraft 2. It used to be a thing, you know, back in the day, many years ago, no longer. Meanwhile, Heinz Ketchup setting up a 4-racks here in his main. It's going to be what looks to be a 4-rack stim timing. He's playing, of course, Brood War Terran, and the academy is needed here to research stim. Add-ons do not exist, so stim should be on the horizon here, and we are going Mass Marine. So it's going to be a very dedicated stim push here from the blue Terran player. Meanwhile, Snockstar, he pokes in. He's trying to get what's going on. He does confirm all the Marines, but no big tell here. For all he knows, it could just be like a 2-racks opener into a 3rd CC, into a factory, into tank-based build, into something like, I was going to say Banshee, into, what's the other one? The Brood War, you know what I mean. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's not the Raven, it's not the Banshee. Well, I mean, regardless, it's not going to be a Starport base build here, and ooh, we even have a couple of Firebats morphing in as well. Not to be confused with Hellbats, not to be confused. Let's go. So now we do see Snockstar opening up Roach. Interesting. Not Baneling. He's going to be opening up Roach. Roach is a very safe way to... Wraith. That's it. Wraith. There you go. I was like, it's not the Valkyrie. It's the other one. The Wraith. Yeah. So he's not opening up Wraith. The Overlord does confirm. The Overlord sees everything. And now Snockstar is fully aware of what's going on. He spots the Marines. He spots the Medivacs. He does spot the Hellbat. Sorry, the Firebat as well. And now it's on Snockstar to respond. Roaches are now on the way. Queens are going to be amassing as well. But is it going to be enough here? Can Snockstar hold? The Bio Army does move out. We have a couple of medivacs to help soak some damage. Support the army, of course. Stim isn't actually done, though. Interesting. As we're going for an initially stimless push. But the Marines are here. It's going to be 4 Roaches to defend already. 1 Roach going to be going down. And 1 Roach is full. 2nd Roach as well. A 3rd Roach. And can we get 4? Can we get the Queen? Oh, this is building up. This is stacking up here. Far too much damage. We're getting on top of additional Roaches. Boys are going to be pulled away. Fireback gets into the mineral line, and it looks like we will defend. A couple of drones are going to go down, but not enough damage. Oh my god. This was a brutal shot towards the end. Look at the assault tab. Only one drone went down. Snogstar, he holds. It got a little bit shaky there, and Snogstar did lose a lot of roaches. That is true. 4 roaches went down, but he didn't lose any of his economy, or he lost 1 drone. Only lost 1 worker, so a very, very clutch defense there at a Snogstar. Now, bearing in mind that Heinz Ketchup is going for a bit of a follow-up push here. As a reminder, he pushed without Stim. Now Stim is done, and he's getting ready for that second wave. What I will say, though, is that I'm pretty sure that first push had to do more damage. It was designed to do more damage, maybe even kill the Zerg players, so I do not give the edge to Snogstar. Snogstar is now getting into his own upgrades. He's on 3 bases. He can afford to drone up a little bit. Snogstar is supply blocked, which is slowing him down here, which is a little bit brutal. It takes a while for the roaches to really get going. No Ravagers yet either. Snogstar does spot the second push. Oh boy, here we go. And this time it's going to hit with Stim. So many more Marines, only 1 Firebat for the time being, and only 2 medics as well. So very Marine heavy. We can see Snogstar setting up with the CranKy. Remember, Snogstar was supply block. Lise, get in! Oh, Lise do bust into the natural. 4 SCVs go down. And Snogstar doesn't have enough. There's the first Stim. Stim's in. Firebat goes down instantly. Okay, the Firebat falls. Doesn't target the medics, just going straight for the Marines. And it looks like the roaches, they can hold their own. They do shut the Marines down. And Heinz Ketchup is now in a lot of trouble. Remember, the first push only killed 1 worker. Here, 0 drones went down. Snogstar, he defends. He forces the army back. And Heinz Ketchup back at home. Now getting into a 3rd base and working towards his own tank production. He has no tanks yet. If Snogstar went for a follow-up all-in, a follow-up big counterattack, I do think he'd be quite successful. But alas, doesn't quite have enough to keep going. He will pull back home, and the game will continue. Heinz Ketchup getting his 3rd base. And remember, the saturation here at the 3rd base was very lackluster for the Zerg player. Snogstar is only just now droning. He's only just now droning up. So we will be able to macro from here. Of course, Siege mode did just research. Tanks getting position. Lings, they do confirm the 3rd base. They're going to be able to get 1 SCV, but not much more than that. 1 SCV goes down. As both players will back off from here. Snogstar, he is free to drone, to saturate. I believe there is still no starport. Yeah, no starport for the Terran player. What does this mean? No drop play. Just these head-on pushes, and here comes wave 3. Jesus. Heinz Ketchup, he's relentless, papi. As he moves out, Lings, they move in, they catch reinforcements. And they're forcing the Terran to be that much more committed. Meanwhile, there is road traffic to defend. Ooh, piles connect. Just slowing the army down. Again, tanks siege up a little bit too far back. There's a lot of creep to work through. But there's just not that much bio. The army does dive in. Tank's going to be going down. He gets 1, he gets both. Both tanks fall. And there just aren't enough Marines here. There's just not enough bio. There's actually more medics than there are Marines. Yeah, and he's going to be able to clean this up. And not just clean this up, but can then counterattack. I mean, 5 SCVs went down throughout all of this. The economy is crippled. More medics being chased down. Expensive losses here for Heinz Ketchup. Oh no. Snogstar, he overextends for a moment, pushing into a siege line. He has to respect it, has to back up. Behind this, getting his third basically saturated. Building up more Roach Ravager. And back at home, Heinz Ketchup doesn't have much SimCity to work with. Once again, being the aggressor here. Oh no, the Ursidon. What an animal. Calm down. It does catch a decent chunk of one Roach, not bad. Let's get a Roach. Forcing the army back, but again, I don't really think Heinz Ketchup really has any pushing power here. I mean, sure, he has 2 tanks, but there's just not much here to support it. So, bold move by the Terran. Gets an Overlord, gets 2. But Snogstar, he collapses in, files down the tanks, he gets both of them, and he cleans up the army. He just completely shuts it down, and again, Heinz Ketchup was so committed with this play, he was so aggressive, so basically all in. It didn't help as well, he was losing SCVs at the same time. And now the final tank is going to go down. Snogstar looking to overwhelm. There's a tank here after the natural, but again, not much support. GG gets called, and Snogstar will take game number 1. GG. Silkstar does take the first game. Again, he's coming in as the more notable player, as the favored player here, but I'm here to be introduced to Heinz Ketchup. You know, Heinz Ketchup is not too much of a thing here in Australia. I think I have seen it. I feel like for all the other Aussies in the chat, I feel like Master Foods is a bit of a more popular brand. Could be mistaken. Maybe it's just my household. But there's competition, papi. Oh no. The tomato sauce is coming out. Catching up. Catching up in the chat. Hello Psychons. Hello Aistan. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Did notice Terminator Stark as well, asking if I'm Latino. Sí, papi, sí. Of course. Of course, papi. I mean, fun fact, some of the first tournaments that we casted were Latin American events, right? Like, we were the official English casters for Copa America. That was back in 2019. That was actually the final Copa America before the end of WCS and before EPT started. That was before the ESL Pro Tour. But we were the official English casters for that. Of course, Sentimiento Latino, Copa America, sorry, Copa Hyperion, the other one. Back in the day, we were all over the Latin American events. Nowadays, there are less of them, unfortunately. But back in the day, that's kind of that was some of our first forays into pro tournament casting. As we are jumping into game number 2. Again, StarCraft does have a lead, and we'll see if he can extend it, if he can take the series to 0, or if Heinz Ketchup can bounce back. What I will say, despite the fact that this did go the way of StarCraft, is that clearly the build from Heinz Ketchup was well practiced, was well versed. Like, clearly, you know, there was a structure to the build itself. Clearly, there was that structure. We go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Oh, getting into game 2. Sorry, just I was just clarifying the format to the players. I should also clarify for the viewers as well. For those that are curious, how the format works. Obviously, in SC Evo, it's always Brood War versus SC2, right? But the way that it is chosen who is able to play which race or which opposing version of the game, version of the race. In game 1, player 1 picks. Game 2, player 2 picks. They pick, they don't alternate necessarily. So they could end up deciding and picking the same races 2 games in a row. Just how things can line up and work out. And here we go, we're getting into game 2. And once again, we have our Brood War Terran player. The red Terran, it is Heinz Ketchup. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from the land of Poland, representing, I believe, Aftermath Esports. It is StarCraft. He's 12 pulling. He is 12 pulling. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to Monty Hall. This is a very unique map where you're walled in. You're fully walled in here on one base. You have to mine through the mineral patches to actually expand and go into your natural, or your 3rd, or your 4th, or whichever expansion you want to go for. A very unique map. It's kind of like a pseudo island map because you have to mine out to actually break out into the open. And you can see here that StarCraft is mining through the center to eventually, I would imagine, Ling Flood? No, double gas. Okay. Double gas opener here out of StarCraft. He's going for a Roach Rush instead. Okay, so 12 pull into Roach Rush from StarCraft. Bearing in mind, though, you do have to mine through additional patches to actually allow units to go through. Right now, the way this is lined up here is that a drone, a worker, can go through this, but I believe a main unit cannot, a bit of a larger unit cannot. So I don't think a Roach can actually fit through that. So you have to mine through the mineral patches to actually allow for that to happen. So I don't think StarCraft is aware. This could be his first time playing on this map. I'm concerned. I'm concerned for Snogstar here. There's no lair. There's no lair, so there's no Nidus or anything like that. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Snogstar has to mine through more. Like, again, this gold mineral patch here is only for small units. I don't think it's just workers, but I think there are other units that classify as that. I don't think Roach is one of them. As you can see, Snogstar trying to mine through the center patches. And we're about to confirm. The Roaches, are they too thick? Do they have to suck it in? Yeah, they're too thick. So it's gonna take a little bit for this all-in to get going. They have to mine through that patch to allow for that to happen. Back at home, Heinz Ketchup going for a Rax into Factory to expand. It's gonna be a delayed CC here for the Terran player going for a faster Factory, but there's no scout. There is no scout from the Red Terran, so he doesn't know how much danger he's in. He doesn't know that it is in fact a one base all-in. You can see the SV scouted the northern base. Now he's scouting the southern base. He will soon find out that there is no expansion. And here come the Ravagers. And Lings behind it. Now these are going to be slow Lings for Snogstar. Extra workers are moving out to mine. Looking at the patches, this one still has 30, this one has 30, this one has 25. So it's still going to take 5 extra workers to mine. And we're sending out 3. Okay. So again, it's gonna. Oh, he sees! He scouts! The SCV does confirm. And again, it's gonna take extra trips here. The Marines, they will check. Yeah, there we go. Bunkers on the way. Oh god! Jesus, calm down. Bunkers on the way. Marines in position. If the Marines can target down the drones, then they can just end the all-in. Ooh, but the bunker is within range of the piles. Bunkers within range, and how many more patches? One more drone. There it is. The 2 extra workers have arrived. One more patch. It's gonna be mined through, and Snogstar, he busts in. There's a tank. Siege mode has yet to research. Uh-oh. Yeah, siege mode has not researched. Just now finishing up. Tank is exposed. It's gonna be piled down. Yeah, the Biles, they connect, they shut down the tank, and Snogstar, despite how delayed this was, it was a late scout. It was a late scout. Heinz Ketchup was not ready. He was caught with his pants down. The bunker was not ready. Siege mode finished up a couple seconds too late. Wraith is on the way, which will help, but alas, it might just be too little too late. There's 1 tank remaining. Lings, they dive in. Ravager start to step forward. More SCVs going down. The Biles, well, they don't quite connect. The Wraith has arrived, but again, it tickles units. The Wraith anti-ground attack is just so little. Barely does anything. The Biles, oh my god. Don't quite connect. Final tank does go down. The Lings have arrived. The Speedlings even. Yeah, and it looks like that should be it here, as there's no more economy behind this. GG, well played, and Snogstar will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. It took a while for the all-in to get going, but Snogstar, he got there in the end. He eventually did mine through all those patches. We saw that eventually Heinz Ketchup did realize what was going on, but it took a little bit too long. It was unfortunate. If you remember, Heinz Ketchup, initially he did scout the northern expansion, and then he mined through the south, and he mined through the southern expansion, then he went for a later scout, then he realized what was going on. Again, it took a little bit to get going, but I do think part of it as well is because of how unorthodox the map is. Things like scouting and your initial builds, and I mean just playing on this map, I do think you just need more experience to get a bit of feel of how to play and how to scout, especially on a map as odd and as strange as Monty Hall. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. We've seen a lot of all-ins on Monty Hall. We've seen a lot of impressive defenses as well. Like we've seen like one base Nidus. We've seen one base Nidus on Monty Hall with Swarmhost, like Swarmhost Nidus play, just pop off. We've seen attempted gate proxies across the map be shut down. I'm always going to remember Classic versus Rebellion on Monty Hall from 2 weeks ago was crazy. I recommend. I do recommend. It was a very, very impressive defense out of a Classic. For those who don't know, Rebellion, he went proxy gate zealot. He went proxy zealot at that expansion location in the center. And Classic, he caught wind, he was able to scout it, and the way that he denied it was he was able to actually combat the worker mining by bringing his own worker over to mine as well. And because it was initially proxy zealot into delayed dragoon, there was no range attack, so the proxy was denied, or at least the wall was solid. Then eventually stalkers arrived in time, and they made sure that Rebellion could never actually mine through that middle patch because Classic was basically worker drilling and denying that kind of mining by also mining at the same time. It was crazy. It was really, really impressive defense out of Classic. But there's like little like stuff like that you can do as well. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Snogstar will take the series, will advance on into the round of 16, and now we can take a look at the bracket. Oh boy. Hold on. We can have a look at the bracket here and catch up on what has been going on. Let's head on over and switch our scenes. Okay, from the top we do have some updates. Here we go. Let's quickly move the bracket over a little bit. From the top we have Ukabul. Ukabul is up against Prome in the round of 32. They're still mid-series. 3 Point is waiting for the winner of that series. 3 Point is going to be the favorite player to make it to the grand finals. 3 Point is a multiple-time champion of these tournaments, so 3 Point is the one to keep an eye on. He's a Korean Zerg player. Scrolling down, we have Mang Russell and Ateshi currently facing off in the round 16 as well. We have Snogstar. Snogstar advances on to face off against Rebellion in the round 16. That is our next series. That is our next series. We're going to be casting Snogstar and Rebellion, two very well-versed players in this mod. And I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a ZVP. Rebellion, of course, he's the Korean Protoss player, so they're going to be duking it out in that best of 3. Scrolling down, we have Satoru. Oh, that's a player that I'm not familiar with. I know Satori, I don't know this one. Satoru takes down his opponent in the first round up against Mixu in the round of 16. Scrolling down, we have Classic. I did just mention his name. Classic is the reigning champion. He was actually the champion of StarCraft Evolution number 4 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Classic was the champion, but 3 Point wasn't there. 3 Point was not there to kind of like fight for his crown and try to maintain his throne. So I'm looking forward to the potential Classic and 3 Point face-off in the finals. We'll see if that happens. We'll see if anyone can stop them. We have Bonan takes down Rumith 2-0. Very impressive. Rumith is a Korean Zerg player. Bonan can rush the hell out of him, I'm sure. Bonan is waiting for Classic and Darkus. I could see Classic falling to the cannon rushes of Bonan, I'll be honest. I could see it happening. I could see it happening. So that's going to be a wild one. Scrolling down, we have Hormono. Hormono waiting for the winner of Nighthead and Sneakster. And we also have Quanta up against MSRM. Oh boy. So a lot of matches currently mid-series. A lot of matches going on. And again, we're going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. We're going to be following Snogstar into Rebellion, into most likely Mixu in the next round, into the upper semifinals. That's going to be the plan, at least. That's where we're going to be focusing our attention. It's catching up. It's catching up. But with that, Marauder looks really weak against Roach Ravager specifically. For sure. I can definitely see that. I mean, it also didn't help that the first push hit without stim. Like, I'm trying to like imagine a world where the second wave hit with like double the Marine count instead with stim as well. Like, there's definitely other ways that one could approach that match. On top of that, you know, the Terran player was blindly, you know, pushing him without necessarily knowing if there were or weren't roaches. With additional information, you could argue that maybe he could either delay his push or even try to hit a little bit earlier. Like, one of the big differences between Brood War Terran and SE2 Terran is that the StarCraft Terran would most likely have known because of the Reaper, right? Because of Reaper scouting, you do have potential for more information as to what the Zerg player is up to in the early game to be able to, like, adjust your build and, kind of adjust on the fly as to what your opponent's doing, right? Catching up. I miss a trumpet when watching another tournament. I do as well. I think if you remember, we did a co-stream of EWC, and it is hard watching other tournaments whenever they zoom in and introduce a player, and it's worse when there's no sound effect. Like, at least it's a little bit better. Like, some tournaments, they have a sound effect whenever they zoom in, but no trumpet. Like, it's like, I need the trumpet in my life. Like, hearing the trumpet, I've been conditioned, you know, hearing the trumpet, you know, every day for like 5 years. if it's ever not there, then it just feels like I'm missing something in my life. Where's the trumpet? But here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of OGN Guangali Beach, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg. It is Snogstar. And spawning, and he's going for a proxy, by the way. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss. We have the Blue Protoss player. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. I think this one is going to be closer. Last series, Snogstar was the favorite player, but this one is going to be a closer one here. As Snogstar, he's slipping on in with that proxy hatch. And I'll be honest, I didn't even know there was like a highway here. We've casted this map a couple of times. I didn't even realize that there's a highway here on the right hand side. There's even a base. There's a base down here as well. Crazy. We've never seen anyone take, we've never seen a macro game on this map. We've seen chaos and aggression and all-ins, and the proxy has been thrown down. Rebellion does not scout. Again, because the drone went the long way around, the worker was not seen by the scouting probe. So Rebellion is in the dark. Snogstar clearly making use of the map. Hatchery is halfway done. Rebellion, he sees, ooh, it's within range of the gateway. So the gateway, once it finishes, it does actually see the hatchery itself. And we do see Rebellion immediately does start off that Zealot. Zealot's on the way. Forge response as well. Very nicely done. So for those that are curious, as a Protoss player defending against this kind of cheese, this kind of aggression, a Forge is ideal because this early on, Protoss players have limited production. You just have a few units. You have like one Stalker, one Sentry, one Stalker, you know, a Robo and one Immortal on the way. So a Forge helps out with stack defense with cannons and shield batteries. Here we go. Forge is done. There we go. Cannons on the way within range of the hatchery. Drones are here for the spine rush, but the drones are going to be denied. Zealot's already here. One drone goes down. Oh, one drone falls, and the sunken colony, I'm not so sure it's going to finish. Now, the colony does finish faster than a spine crawler, so look how fast, look how quick they finish up. It's crazy. But it's not. But alas, because of the Zealot, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how fast it does build. It is denied. Meanwhile, we do have Lings rallying across the map. Sunken colony is on the way. Now, bearing in mind, Sunken colony is going to be in production, well, I should say the creep colony, but they cannot unburrow. Unlike spine crawlers, they cannot reposition. I believe they will be able to outrange the cannon though. You know, the hatchery is under fire. Link speed is on the way. No backup expansion. Link flooding. Snogstar is link flooding. Ooh, and it's out of range. I thought it would be within. But alas, it looks like the creep colony here on the left-hand side is out of range. One on the right will be able to take down the cannon. So one cannon goes down. But what this means is that these colonies, they aren't really threatening anything. I think this one is within range of this cannon. This one should be close enough, just barely. And then it's going to be all about the Lings. It's going to be all about the Lings trying to break this position. The cannon is going to go down. But we have a shield battery. There's a shield battery. There's going to be an overcharge soon as well. The Stalker does not get touched whatsoever. Oh, but we do have the creep colonies. They're on the way. Yeah, they're being morphed in within range of the wall. One of them is being targeted down. And looks like it barely will be denied. Oh, what a mess. Oh, he wants to let it finish. Okay. Does want to let it finish. There we go. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the colony once we target it down. Once we target it down. Never mind. For now, we have the overcharge. We're killing all the Lings. The Lings, they just melt here. Oh my god. Yeah, the overcharge putting in a lot of work. So many Lings go down. And then the sunken colony. And not a single unit dies. That's great. Oh, one Zealot, I should say. One Zealot died. A very impressive defense here. And now we can go for the creep colony itself. And GG gets called. GG gets called in Rebellion. He does defend, he does hold, he does survive. Does take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive stuff here by Rebellion when it comes to his initial defense. Ooh, and again, just a really well-rehearsed defense as well. Unfortunately, if you remember, the first Spinecrawler, the first creep colony of Snogstar wasn't within range of anything. If you remember, it was just a little bit too far back. I should also emphasize the first 2 colonies were denied and delayed. Remember, like the drones, one of the drones died immediately. Another creep colony was cancelled as well. So it was just, yeah, really, a really rough proxy, a really rough all-in there from Snogstar. It took a really long time for it to get going. By the time it did, Rebellion, he was secure. He had cannons, shield batteries, a nexus for the overcharge, he had plenty of warp-ins, he had the sentry. He was looking perfectly solid. GG. GG, well played. Oh, share my papi, share my. Maybe the gastric. Yeah, that could work. If you're referring to like creating the gas geyser and then like continually mining back and forth. I mean, sure. I mean, that's what Rebellion was attempting, I believe. During that cheese against Classic, is what he was attempting. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Número 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Polopoid, we have the Polish Zerg player, the Red Zerg, currently down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Snogstar. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Ooh, rolling the Brood War Protoss this time. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Rebellion. Leading the series 1-0. Here we go. As we see Rebellion and now moving out for his scouts. As a reminder, as we load into Polypoid, this is a 4-player map. It is a 4-player spawn map, so we have the Probe scouting bottom right, we have the Overlord scouting top left, and bottom right as well. So both players are doing their best to try to feel out where exactly their opponent is spawning in. It just feels so antiquated, and it's so nostalgic as well. Like, I guess we're getting old, but it wasn't even that long ago, I feel, where we had additional spawn maps. I say that, when was Catalina? Was that like 2017? It's been a while. Hoi hoi hoi, for those that remember. Good times. That was a 3-player spawn map. I think there was another 3-player spawn map after Catalina, right? I think there was one more. I think was Cactus Valley also a 3-player spawn map as well? Jesus, it's been a long time. Meanwhile, we're cannon rushing. It's time to cheese the cheeser. The forge has... I was reminiscing, my apologies. The forge has been thrown down, and Rebellion, he is cannon rushing. The boys have been pulled. The first pilot is under fire, so is the second. Cannon is on the way in the low ground. Cannon's on the way. First 2 pylons are denied. They are cancelled. But very nice SimCity here. Rebellion, he does deny any kind of surround on that cannon. And that Snogstar, he's so committed to trying to defend. I mean, that pylon is surrounded. But the cannon will finish. Sorry, I was just teasing. Cannon will finish, pylon will fall, and drones are going down. Oh, and how many drones exactly? Lings have arrived, though. Okay, only 2 drones. Only 2 drone kills. Oh, it's going to be close. Lings are being cleaned up. There's 1 Ling left. I will survive. Okay. The cannon will be cleaned up. Not without losing all of his Lings, though. Spinecrawler does finish it up. And Snogstar holds. Now, what's important here is that at least Snogstar does defend his natural, doesn't lose too many drones, bearing in mind, though, that this was, what, 2 pylons and a cannon. 2 pylons and a cannon for 6 Lings and 3 drones. Back at home, as a reminder as well, this was not an all-in, this was a Forge expand. This was a quote-unquote macro cannon rush. So because of that, look at the workers. That's what I will say. Look at the probe count. Rebellion, he has 29 probes on 2 bases compared to the 18 of Snogstar. Again, that goes to show how much damage was dealt there. Snogstar, is in a rough position. He has to re-drone. He doesn't even know where his opponent is. If you look here, he hasn't even scouted the location of Rebellion, not yet. The probe is going to lead Snogstar back home, thankfully, but even then, can he do anything about it? +1 is on the way. Cybercore just finishing up now to enter Dragoon production. We have Rebellion moving out with another worker, potentially for a proxy. And Rebellion is going for the robot behind this. Now, with a robot opener in a PvZ, when it comes to Brood War Protoss, this can be for Disruptor play. For Reaver play, I should say, the other one. For a Shuttle Reaver follow-up. Is very much so viable. Snogstar coming in with the Probe Scout. He confirms no third here towards the top left, no third here either. No expansion for Snogstar. Still on 2 bases. Snogstar taking extra gases, going for the lair. This looks like something quite committed here on lair tech. This could be 2-base Muta. This could be a Nidus all-in. There is an Overlord getting in position, but not the best position for something like a Nidus. I'm leaning towards Mutas here. Yeah, as we even have a 4th Gas Geyser. Jesus. Meanwhile, we spoke about Reavers. There it is. A shuttle is on the way. There's that robotic support bay. So the Robo Bay is on the way as well. That will be for the Reaver production. Likewise, Dragoon range also in production as well. Now, what I will say is that if we rush into 2-base Spire and 2-base Muta, I mean, that is a good way to shut down the shuttles. I mean, sure, the shuttle will have speed. The shuttle speed is also being researched to continue that drop play, but potentially the Mutas can completely shut this down. Potentially. As there's that first Reaver in production. Oh boy. First Reaver is on the way. There's that 2-base Muta, as we did mention. Again, it was kind of like the only thing that made sense, just because the Overlord was not in position for a Nidus Worm. And I'm curious how much damage the Reaver deals before the shuttle gets chased down by the Mutas, because that will eventually happen. As the Spire is not yet halfway done. The Reaver should get across the map first. On top of that, Rebellion will also be able to scout his opponent, ideally, and respond. The first shuttle's moving out. And the Spire is halfway done. You know, the Changeling, do we scout? Oh! The Changeling, it barely does not. See, it sees a Dragoon, but not much else. So Snogstar is in the dark as to what's happening. Does know what's going on. He's throwing down a wall of Spine Coilers here at the natural, but the Spine Coilers, they do nothing against the Reaver. It's just making its way towards the main. Spire is about to finish. And the Reaver will get in. And there's not much army here. First shot goes off, gets one drone. Shuttle moves in, scouts the Spire. The drones! They light up! Oh my god, going for the Queen. Ooh, going for the drones. 3 drones go down. One more shot and he can get the Queen as well. Oh my god, 10 drones! Get away! Oh my god. 10 workers go down. He's still got more shots available. 11 drone kills. The Mutas have arrived, and they will clean this up. Don't come back too soon! No! 24! No! Papi! Oh my god, Snogstar! He came back too soon. 24 drone kills for 1 Reaver, 1 Dragoon, and 1 shuttle. And that's what I was concerned about. And I mean, sure, Mutas that have map control. Snogstar, he was going for a ninja base, but he can't afford it. He cancels. He needs the money to rebuild all his workers. And the problem is we have ranged Dragoons. Like, Tannins are on the way. Dragoons are in production. Storm is on the way as well. The Mutas, they're going to have a hard time finding damage. They're going to have a very hard time finding... I mean, there's a lot of Mutas, true. There's how many? 11 Mutas. Soon to be 13. They do come across the Zealots. Rebellion, he was looking for an expansion. Doesn't find one. And these Mutas, they have a lot of work to do. They need to do some critical damage across the map. Now, what do we have to defend? We have 2 soon-to-be... 3 cannons in the main? Sorry, 4 cannons in the... Jesus, that's a lot of cannons. 4 cannons in the main, 4 cannons here at the third, 5 cannons here at the natural, and we also have Dragoons to rotate between the bases. we go. One cannon is denied. The Dragoons have arrived. Well, we have... Wait, what? Dark Archon's morphing in. I was a little bit confused there for a moment. Okay. To have Dark Archons as a response. Cannons are going to be going down, but we're also trading here with the Mutas. Bearing in mind, Dark Archons cannot attack, unlike regular Archons. They are spellcasters, primarily. Ooh, as the Storm does zone. I'll be honest, I've actually never seen a Dark Archon. Yeah, okay. God damn. GG. And Rebellion will take the series 2-0. GG. What I was about to say is that I haven't seen a Dark Archon actually used in StarCraft Evolution. We've been casting this for like over a month. This is the 5th week or the 5th edition of this tournament. And I've never seen a Dark Archon used, and I still have not seen it used here in StarCraft Evolution. It was morphed in, true. We have now seen it morphed in, but didn't get to do anything. Maybe next time, We'll get there. But GG, well played. Rebellion will take the series 2-0, will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG, and again, a critical damage dealt there by the Reaver. I mean, I say by the Reaver play. Even before that, remember, the Cannon Rush did so much damage. It was a macro Cannon Rush. Remember, Rebellion had 29 drones compared to the 29 probes compared to the 18 drones of Snogstar. Like, Rebellion had such a massive worker lead after the initial Cannon Rush because of how much damage he had dealt, whether it's worker kills, whether it's forced out Lings, whether it's even the Spine Crawlers that were forced out as well. Just so much damage and inadvertent damage was dealt, and it allowed Rebellion to safely get into his own Reaver play. And that basically ended the game. It's crazy. All he had to do was survive the Muta counterattack. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to Rebellion. He will take the series, and now we can jump into, or get ready for our next series so we can have a look at the bracket itself. Let's catch up. Meanwhile, shout out to Snogstar, by the way. I know these were, especially this last one was a bit of a rough game. But again, you know, did play well nonetheless here. Did attempt some cheese on the beach, on Guangali Beach. And here in game 2, the Mutas had potential, but alas, the Reaver defense was a little bit lacking. And likewise against the initial Cannon Rush. But I hope to see more of Snogstar in the future. Definitely. I'm sure he's going to be a part of the upcoming StarCraft Evolution Full Championship. I'm sure. Until then, let's switch our scenes over and catch up. Here we go. So Rebellion is waiting for the winner of Mixu and Satoru. Are they out of game? Not quite. But he is waiting for the winner of Mixu and Satoru. I'm not too familiar with them, but apparently that is a Terran / Zerg versus Terran that is currently ongoing. For those that are curious, Mixu, he plays Brood War Terran and SC2 Zerg. So Mixu, he does kind of race switch between the two of them. So he's not purely a Zerg player or purely a Terran. Meanwhile, at the top of the bracket here, we have 3 points. 3 Point is up against Prome in a ZVP. They're currently mid-series. We have Mang Russell still up against Ateshi as well. We have Classic still up against Darkest. We have Boanan still waiting for the winner of Classic and Darkest as well. We just got an update. Quanta, the Korean Terran player, takes down MSRM 2-0. And Honmono versus Nighthead, apparently they're in the ace match. I just got an update. I believe they're in game number 3. Best of luck to Honmono and Nighthead. They are locked mid-series in that ace match. Best of luck. I did have the option to join them, but I do want to focus on this portion of the bracket. I'm more than happy to wait for Mixu and wait for Satoru. To wait for them to try to either jump in mid-series or follow them into Rebellion. So that is going to be the plan. Otherwise, yeah, the bracket is progressing. I'll be honest, our portion of the bracket is a little bit fast. We had a lot of cheese and a lot of aggression. We have yet to really get a proper macro back and forth, but we'll get there, I'm sure. Like, that's what I expect in the upcoming rounds and the upcoming matches. I'm hoping for, you know, some more mid-game play, 3-4 bases. I personally, I can't wait. Can't wait to get there. I'm sure that's coming up soon. It's coming up. It's coming up. Hung Mono OP. Oh no. It's facing off. Just catching up with the chat. Oh, okay. The shuttle got buffed. Thank you for letting us know, Hyper One. Thank you. Shout out to Hyper One, by the way. He is the admin of this event and also one of the main sponsors of the event as well. So big shout out to Hyper One. It unloads a little faster and load range got buffed from 1 to 2. That's crazy. Do you have like a developer note on that as to a reason why? Because I'll be honest, it didn't feel like maybe we don't get to cast enough, because we only cast this tournament every 2 weeks. So maybe my like data set of seeing Reaver drops is too small to form a proper opinion when it comes to the balance. But from what we had seen, like it didn't seem like it was struggling to do damage. But maybe it was. Maybe it was like in more prominent play. So what you're saying is now the shuttle is a little bit more like the Warp Prism, where it can pick up from range, basically. Crazy. I'm new to SC2, but why is the Protoss the old version? This is kind of SC2. This is StarCraft Evolution. This is a mod in SC2. So this is not your typical StarCraft 2 that you'd otherwise be seeing. Right, shout out to the people in the chat that responded and that let him know. Yes, it is a mod. Thank you, thank you. For comparison, Warp Prism pickup range is 5. Yeah. So most transport. Yeah, of course. Most transports are 1. So the shuttle, where you're saying a shuttle, it's not quite as crazy as the Warp Prism when it comes to pickup range, but it still has some additional pickup range, which will be interesting to see how that's handled. Does provide a lot more micro ability to Brood War Protosses now. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. Again, for those that are curious, our goal is to wait for Mixu's series, Mixu and Satoru, to either jump into like Game 2, jump into the Ace match, and follow it into Rebellion. That is the current plan. Hyper One, do you know if they're playing on the Americas, or if they're playing on Europe, or like a different region? Just so we can find them. Mixu x Satoru. Are they on the Americas? I would assume so. I'd assume so. Yes, Satoru is... Oh, he's a Korean. Yeah, so they should be on the Americas. Yeah. Cool. All good. So I guess until then, we're going to be going on a short break. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. When we come back in a couple of minutes, we will have some more StarCraft Evolution. See you guys soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have an update here. Mixu and Satoru, they are still mid-series. They're still duking it out in their games. In the meantime, we have a fresh best of 3, and it was so tempting. I could not refuse. I could not say no to a good time in this PvP. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the orange Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, the Broodwar Protoss. It is Boanan, the cannon rusher himself, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the reigning champion of StarCraft Evolution League number 4, the Korean Protoss player for Twisted Minds. It is Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your Gamba going. Predictions are now... Oh, hold on. Never mind. Predictions will soon be up in the chat. You can place your bets on what's going on. As you can imagine, Cannon Rush here from Boanan. It's going to be a short series. It's going to be a short one. That's why I was more than happy to jump on in, because the probe is on the way. The Cannon Rush is upon us. I just realized I didn't close the previous prediction, so one moment I have to manually close it. No. Choose the outcome. Okay, there we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets while you can, because it's going to be a short series. Pylons have been placed, cannons are on the way, and Classic, how does he respond? So far, it does pull 4 probes to the low ground. There's a pylon with position to help protect. The cannon rush does continue on the high ground even. Yeah, the cannon is on the way. Meanwhile, Classic, I love the whole position probe here on the low ground to make sure that no backup cannon gets thrown down. Boanan has kept both probes alive. Does slip into the main. Backup cannons on the way. Pylon does finish. It looks like the first cannon will complete. Zealot has right. More cannons being thrown down. With the help of the Zealot, we do get on top of the first cannon, though. Probe does slip away. Cannon under fire. Zealot a little bit stuck behind the probes. The probe, one worker goes down. There's one probe left. One probe remaining. Another cannon is going to be forced to be cancelled. There's one cannon left, but it does take down the Zealots. Yeah, the cannon is up. Is it enough, though? It's getting some probe kills. 6 probes going down. Another Zealot on the way. Meanwhile, we have our own Zealot on the way as well. The Zealot versus Zealot. First Zealot has arrived. Stalker behind this. But the gateway's under fire. Could the gateway go down before the Stalker spawns in? I don't think so. With the chrono boost, the Stalker, it looks like it will pop out. Zealot doing what it can. More cannons on the way. The gateway will eventually fall. It's close, but last the Stalker does pop out. A couple of seconds. A couple more seconds, that could have been it. Stalker has arrived. More cannons on the way. And Boanan, I mean, he has a foothold. He's gaining ground. He is gaining ground. There are shield batteries, but again, 3 more cannons are about to finish up. You can see Classic trying to focus on one of those cannons. At last, it will finish. Does finish up. Takes down the Zealot. Both Zealots fall. I think we've done it. I think Boanan, I think he has done it. He's getting within range of the mineral line, and that's going to be game. There's the overcharge, though. 1 cannon falls, but there's 3 more cannons and 0 production for Classic. Remember, there's no gateway. There is no gateway. There is no production. Robo just now finishing up. Immortals on the way. But what about the mineral line? What about the probes? GG gets called, and Boanan takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Cannon rusher extraordinaire. And I mentioned this before. If anyone can stop Classic before he makes it to the finals, Boanan is one of those players. Boanan, he will cheese the hell out of you. He will cannon rush the hell out of anyone, and he can threaten anyone as well. So GG well played. Boanan does take the first game, and Boanan is 1 game away from causing a massive upset and cheesing the hell out of the reigning champion. Oh boy, let's go. Again, so important that he was able to get on top of that gateway. I mean, more important, of course, that the cannons were able to finish up behind it as well. Here we go. With that is game 1 in the books, and we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 going to be on Guangali Beach. Let's go. Meanwhile, I just got an update. It looks like Mixu and Satoru have concluded, and it looks like Satoru has taken the series 2-0, actually. Very impressive. He's going to be starting up against... He's going to be playing against Rebellion. in a PvT. We, of course, will finish and wrap up this series first, and then we'll figure out where we're going. Then from there, I might hop on over to the Korean server, as Rebellion and Satoru are playing over in Korea. It's such a weird, I don't know why, it's such a weird word for me to say, Satoru. Because I'm used to saying like Satoshi or Satori. Because there's a Chinese admin that's called that. But regardless, here we go, we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Guangali Beach OGN, we have the orange Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands, the Cannon Rusher himself. Leading the series 1-0, it is Bonan. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the reigning champion, who is down in this series, but now he has a taste of what's to come. Now he's, I'm sure, a little bit more aware of what to look out for. For Twisted Minds, it is Classic. Here comes the probe, here comes the forge. The forge has been placed. Bonan, the cannon rush has commenced. Second probe is moving out as well. And we'll see if Bonan can set up here on the low ground. You can see Classic already patrolling with that probe. Alas, Bonan does set up here on the high ground instead. He's looking. Classic, he's looking, he's scouting. But the pylons, they will get up and running. Bonan, he has the wall, and the cannon will soon be on the way. Extra boys are being pulled. Clash is trying to focus down that pylon, but alas, it does finish. Yeah, the scout was too late. And the cannon, it's getting up. Cannon's getting up. Now, what's important here is that this cannon is not threatening anything. This time, the gateway for Classic is thrown down further back. Remember, last time the gateway was closer to the ramp. This time, it's further away, so the gateway is safer this time for Classic. But the cannons are leapfrogging forward. The boys are being pulled. They're trying to focus down the second cannon. Moving this around. Bonan pulls away. Cannons just finish. Probes will fall. They will force a cancel, though. There's barely the cancel in time. Ooh, the Zelt's out of range. Yeah, the Zelt was out of range of the cannon. Likewise here as well. Free damage on the cannons. Good position here by Classic. Yeah, this cannon just a little bit too far back. Meanwhile, the Cybercore is finishing up, and the Stalker is soon to be on the way. Ooh, one probe falls, bit of miscontrol there by Bonan. He's down to one probe. More cannons on the way. That will force a reaction, but here comes the Stalker again. This is a much cleaner defense this time from Classic. The cannons are being denied. And more importantly, the Stalker is here. There's a shield battery behind this. That is 3 cannons on the way, though. And only a handful of them have to finish. At the same time, Classic proxying across the map with the Stargate. More cannons are on the way. This could be Proxy Void Ray or Proxy Oracle. Regardless, economic damage could be dealt. Bonan is vulnerable back at home. Cannons are finishing. But there's a second Stalker on the way. And that first cannon's taking a lot of hits. Oh, the Stalker. Stalker almost goes down. The force probes are being denied. No economy, no mining. He has to control the main. And he's going for the pylon. The pylon's within range. It's going to be shut down as well. Oof. No second Stalker. Not like this. He has no money for it. He can't afford it. A Classic, he's broke. He's going for the Void Ray across the map. That's why he canceled, or that's why he didn't make another Stalker. Gateway's depowered. Is there a world? Can this one Void Ray kill everything? That I'm not so sure of. As the cannons, they should be able to shut down this Nexus. Classic, he doesn't have no money. No money to make another Nexus. Yeah, the Nexus is going to fall. Void Race on the way. The best that Classic can hope for is a draw. If Classic, if he can, because I think the Gas Guys is out of range of the cannons, but even then, cannons can still keep going forward. Void Ray is going to hope to try to shut down the economy. There's a cannon on the way back at home. Yeah, Bonan playing safe. The cannon will finish. But there's that prismatic alignment. The cannon's going to go down. And from here, Classic, he can go for the pylon. Going for the backup cannon. Will deny everything. And this one Void Ray could try to end the game. There's a Dragoon on the way, but you can focus on the Artosis pylon. But there's a second final behind it. The Dragoon is coming, and GG gets called. It's not going to be enough, and Boanan will take the series 2-0 and takes out Classic. GG. GG, well played, Boanan. He comes out swinging. Classic was favored to make it to the finals, but again, if you remember earlier, we said how, yo, who can be one of those players that can stop Classic from making it to the finals? It would be Boanan. Would be Boanan with his cannon rushes. He does pop off. GG, well played. Boanan takes the series 2-0. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Boanan. He will take it in the end. And he causes a massive upset. And now suddenly, anyone can make it to the finals. I'll be honest. Now we have, I mean, who do we have left? Heading on over here. Checking out that bracket. We have Boanan making it to the semifinals. Meanwhile, Homeowner versus Nihed, they're still mid-series. Quanta is still down there as well. Honestly, between those players, between Boanan, Homeowner, and Quanta, and even Nihed as well, or Nihed, anyone can take it. Anyone can take it there. Could go either way. But yeah, that series that could go either way between all those players. So that final spot is up for grabs. Meanwhile, the upper matches are still ongoing as well. We still have Rebellion, Satoru, Ateshi, 3-Point, Prome as well. They're all still facing off, all still duking it out. Oh boy. Now, we will try to jump into Rebellion versus Satoru mid-series, but alas, they are already in game, so have to wait a little bit here to try to catch one of them. That'll be our hope. We'll do our best. And apparently they're in game 1. Okay, apparently they just started game 1. I was hoping that we could wrap up the best of 3 in time, but unfortunately it looks like we won't be able to. If only they finished up like 1 second faster. But it's all good. So it looks like we're gonna have some downtime. Here. Boanan 2-0 Classic? Yeah, 2-0s, mate. Crazy. Hey, Chance. Hello, Rex. Hello. Polly wants a guy. So disgusting. I love it. Boanan, the goat. He's crazy, papi. StarCraft 2, StarCraft 1. He'll still cannon rush the hell out of anyone. Nothing will stop him. Here we go. What's your MMR these days? I mean, I do stream from time to time. I was streaming earlier today. The last 2 days, I think I dropped like 300 MMR, so I'm down to 4.2. Usually like 4.5. Gunning for like 4.7. The dream. But yeah. We've been having a hard time focusing these past 2 days, so our streams have been smudged today and yesterday. Smudge. We'll get it back, though. We'll get it back. But for now, I guess we're going to be going on a break. And when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have either Mixu series, Rebellion series, or potentially 3-Point. We'll be parked here on the Korean server, and we'll try to find one of our matches. Until then, enjoy the break, take this time, get some water, get some snacks, get some food, go to the bathroom, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our next series. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the continuation of the quarterfinals here in StarCraft Evolution League number 5. We have a fresh best of 3. As for some updates, it does sound like 3 Point versus Ateshi has already begun in the quarterfinals as well. They are in game 1. Same can be said with Satoru and Rebellion. They're also in game 1 as well. So they're already mid-series. We have a fresh best of 3. As a reminder, for some context, the winner of this series faces off against Boanan in the next round. Oh boy. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player representing Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the Brood War Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. These two face off many times here in these online tournaments. Homono and Quanta, they're some of the more active South Korean Terran players, especially in StarCraft Evolution. They're here week after week after week. There is a bit of a rivalry going on between the two of them. And the last time they faced, Homono took the series. Homono did take down Quanta previously. Will he do it again, or will Quanta get his revenge? Here we go. As for now, Quanta's embracing that Brood War Terran. And something that I do appreciate here in StarCraft Evolution is just seeing the differences between the two races whenever it's a mirror matchup like this, because technically it's not really a mirror matchup. It's always fun to see the differences between them and how they do interact with each other. I mean, in a way, we just saw that in the PvP, but I mean, not really. It was just Cannon Rush versus Protoss instead. I mean, Boanan, he was just insane. He was the GOAT. Crazy. For now, though, we do have a double gas opener. Double gas here on Homono. Likewise, we do have a Quanta opening up with a more economic Rax expand. So, faster CC here by our red Terran player. Homono instead going for a faster factory. With this, he can go into, say, Reactor Reaper Hellion. He can go for an add-on swap into Cyclone production. He can go for like a pseudo mine drop opener. I'm curious what direction Homono takes us in. Meanwhile, Quanta is going to be the defender. Again, economic opener into Marines, safety bunker on the low ground. Reaper has arrived, going to be dancing with the Marines as well, but the Marines, they hold their own, they force the Reaper back, and the bunker will complete. It's still halfway there. It's still on the way. The Reaper could regen some HP and try to dip back in. Meanwhile, Homono doesn't go for the add-on swap. He's going Reactor Reaper Hellion. Is going to be the aggressor initially. Again, ideally, Homono, he wants to try to bypass the bunker, get into a mineral line, and wreak havoc. Another important thing when it comes to differences between Brood War and SC2 is that the red Terran player here doesn't have a wall. As opposed to StarCraft 2, back in Brood War, depots, they could not be raised and lifted. Or raised and lowered, I should say. So we have potential for a run by. Homono for now, massing up his army. Did lose one of his Reapers. Vulture has arrived to gain map control. Homono bypassing the main army, or bypassing the Vulture. Does move out. As Homono moves out, Vulture moves in. Can we delay the CC? Oh, we can. Yeah, the SCV is barely going to go down in time. Does cause a delay. Meanwhile, Reactor Cyclone production. A second SCV is going to fall, a third SCV as well at the same time. We just see it dive into the main, as we did mention. Hellions, they just run past the bunker. They get on top of the Marines. Marines are going down. And they're going to be able to clean this up, but the Vulture comes out just in time. Wraith as well. And Quanta will clean this up and doesn't lose a single SCV. Does defend in time. Meanwhile, across the map, Vulture goes in for a scout, spots the Cyclones, and got 4 SCV kills and a big delay in the expansion. So very nice economic damage here by Quanta, but can he survive the follow-up? The next step here, as Homono, he's not just making 2 Cyclones, he's got more behind this. Reactor Cyclone production is continuing, Raven's on the way as well, Quanta moving in with his Wraith. There is no cloak, bear that in mind, these are just going to be vanilla Wraiths, going into the mineral line, going for the natural, sorry, the main. Oh, the repair. True. I mean, the ground attack here is so low that you can just repair the SCVs. Oh my god. The rate goes down. Yeah, I didn't think of that, but true. Like, especially a single Wraith just doesn't really have much DPS, so a little bit awkward there, a little bit. First Wraith does fall. Yo, repair's crazy. With that, Homeowner, he defends. Meanwhile, ooh, does catch another Wraith. Ooh, second Wraith goes down. I mean, after the first one, Homeowner, he was tipped off to be ready, to be aware, to be in position. Homeowner, he has gained map control. Shuts down 2 Wraiths, and just like that, the initial opener, or at least the aggression of Quanta, has been denied. Behind this, trying to get into tank production. Third CC's on the way. There's one more Wraith out on the map. But on its own, as we saw, it can't really even threaten a mineral line, as long as Homeowner can repair. Meanwhile, Homeowner pushing out. How many tanks do we have to defend? We have 1 tank on the high ground, 1 tank on the low ground. We have a bunker as well. 2 tanks. Can we hold on? As Homeowner, he has disable. He can disable the tanks. Thinks better of it. Pulls away for now. Wraith has arrived. Gets 1 SCV. Let's go. Gets 1. Up. Boys are being pulled to repair. So we'll just... Oh, almost gets 2. Up. Yeah, there we go. The gas guys are working against the SCV there, as it couldn't be repaired when it was inside the gas geyser. In the end, the Wraith is forced back. Homeowner, he defends. Whew. And of course, we are embracing mech. Strap yourselves in, everyone. There's a reason why I was a little bit tentative about jumping on this series, because I saw Quanta and Homeowner and I was like, yo, they're prone to meching it up. And it's going to be StarCraft 2 mech versus Brood War mech. Now, of course, getting there is a little bit different. Even though Quanta got more economic damage done early on, Homeowner does have map control. He's getting his 3rd base on location. He, of course, is containing his opponent as well. And again, the investment into the Wraiths wasn't necessarily the best one here from Quanta. That was still being annoying. Could get another SCV. Let's go. Eventually, we'll get there. Well, oh, gets 1. It's like, yo, you think sentries took units? Nah, man, you ain't seen a Wraith, man. You ain't seen it before. Let's go. Meanwhile, Quanta, of course, embracing his mech upgrades, going into Spider Mines, going Vulture Tank. Getting into additional Wraith production for air control, of course. Likewise, Homeowner doing something similar. Initially going Mass Cyclone, but now going into tank production, and eventually into his own Vikings as well, I'm sure. Vulture just confirmed the 3rd base. Ooh, Mass Raven into the main. Order turrets have been placed. SCVs are going to be going down. It's going to be 4 SCV kills. Delay in the factory. That's a lot of tanks. Jesus. That's 9 tanks to the 4 of Homeowner. So Quanta is now going to be expanding. Now, when it comes to like anti-air, we have seen, of course, the power of the Raven, and I'm still waiting to see what the solution to that problem is going to be for Quanta. Is Quanta going to go into Goliath production? Is he going to go into Valkyries? Is he going to go into more Wraiths? As you can imagine, these Ravens have a lot of potential when it comes to their disables, their auto turrets. They can gain a lot of value over the course of this game. If this was a regular TVT, I'd assume just Vikings, right? But we'll see. See how Quanta does approach it. For now, just maintaining map control. Throws down a field of Spider Mines. Spider Mines are set. Homeowner is still just defending on 3 bases, getting a 4th, getting a 5th, double expanding, triple expanding. And with the help of the Ravens, all these Spider Mines are being cleaned up. They don't gain any value, not yet. Power of the Raven. Cleaning everything up. Homeowner does start to move out. Again, that's a pretty terrifying army. Is down in the tank count, but again, the Ravens make up for that. Quanta getting in position. He has reinvested and he's going double Wraith production. So that's going to be his solution, his anti-air. He's got 4 Wraiths so far. Oof. Does beat out some of those vultures. Homeowner rotating in towards the left-hand side. Sieging up. Race gets targeted down by the Cyclones. Race are forced back. They don't quite get a Raven. Just has getting thrown down. Homeowner pushing forward. He can disable all these tanks. He can and he will. All the tanks are disabled. They'll clean everything up. And Quanta just doesn't really have an answer to this. Again, there are Vikings to support, so there's still Cyclones on the ground. Quanta has been able to establish a third and a fourth, but well, even catching reinforcements. Okay. Not bad. Gets a couple of Hellions. Ooh. But gets caught out. And from here, Homeowner is snowballing out of control. He just has too many tanks, too many Ravens. Has maintained air control. And the Quanta just hasn't really been able to do much about it. Homeowner just gained so much momentum early on. But now he does pull away. I mean, Homeowner, he is running out of energy on those Ravens, so he has to stock back up. Likewise building up as well. Rebuilding his siege lines. Homeowner getting into Hurricane engines. Back into Cyclone. And again, really Homeowner is just going to chill, just going to wait until he can just gather up more energy. Just build up more energy on those Ravens. And then he can take another decisive fight. And then take it. Yeah, more Ravens on the way. Let's go. It looks like some Goliath production has begun. Ooh, Quanta getting a little bit supply blocked. But it's going Wraith Goliath. At least attempting to. But again, I don't know how useful the Goliaths are really going to be, considering just how many tanks there are now for Homeowner. He's maxed. He is maxed out. He has a terrifying army. And it's time. It is time to push out. Quanta going to try and make a final stand, but we have the mass disables. Yeah, the tanks are going to be annihilated. Quanta a little bit late to respond to the rotation as well. A lot of tanks caught in the back line. And it's just a slow, methodical end here for Quanta as Homeowner is slowly pushing forward. He still maintains the supply lead. Disables all the tanks once again. Disables everything. Ay, ay, ay. And again, these Ravens, they were never really threatened. At no point in this game was there really much anti-air to do much about them. There was, what, like 4 Wraiths at most. Lions are doing what they can. Boys are being pulled. But the trades are brutal. 14 SCVs go down. Homeowner, he is running out of energy though. No more disables, true. Quanta, he's holding. He's surviving. Homeowner going for a counterattack, catching up more of these tanks. Likewise, Quanta can't really dive on this army. Not with this tank force, not like this. Homeowner just throwing down more starports, more Ravens. I mean, you know, your typical, even SC2 TVT, mass Raven, papi. That's what it's always been about. At least in the late game. We're even here against Brood War Terran as well. Oof. Homeowner did run into the spider mines, so he does take some extra damage. Quanta pushing right down mid. He's going for it back. So nothing in for Quanta. Meanwhile, the Master Sable. Oh my god. Almost every tank gets caught out. There's I think 1 tank siege, maybe. Oh my god, and the cleanup is insane. All the tanks go down. Oh, Mono, he dominates the fight. He's up on bases as well, getting a 5th. And what's brutal about what just happened is the Ravens survived. Most of the Ravens did survive. So they can just regenerate their energy and do that once again. Quanta taking a fight here, though. It looks like he will be able to take it. Siege is up in time, forces back the Ravens. Homeowner being a little bit cavalier with these Ravens as well. Loses the Viking. There's 2 Vikings, a Raven as well. Not bad. It's something. Quanta getting the first shot up. But not quite within range. Doesn't quite have the vision. Homeowner going for the repairs, the mules. Doesn't have a planetary as his 4th. Bold move. Is an orbital. Could be abused. Quanta is thinking about it. Building out more tanks. I mean, it's been impressive that Quanta's been able to survive like this, like despite a lot of these fights going Homeowner's way. Quanta, he's holding his own. Hasn't been able to really threaten any of Homeowner's bases, like he's been stuck defending for the most part. And the Ravens, they're ready again. They're ready once again for another move out. Does catch 3, soon to be 4 tanks. Getting in position to deny the expansion. I mean, that is the win condition here for Honmono. Is deny the CC. Got all the scans. You see Quanta's trying to catch reinforcements with all these vultures. Does rush past, getting into a mineral line. SCVs are going down. This does distract all the Ravens. Not bad. Oh. Do I want to look at how many Ravens there are? Do I want to? 24. Jesus. 24 Ravens. 1 Raven for each tank that Quanta has. Jesus. It's a lot of Ravens. Oh my god, Quanta does push down the ramp, loses a big chunk of his army in the process. That's what, 4 tanks going down. Here comes the Master Sable. Auto turrets as well. And Homeowner, he will take another fight. Yeah, Quanta was brutal, just going down the ramp into a tank line. GG gets called, and Honmono will take game number 1. GG. Honmono will take the first game. Again, there was never really an answer to the problem that was the Raven there. We spoke about, you know, maybe earlier on going to Valkyries, going into earlier Wraith production. You could also argue as well that it was just a really rough start for Quanta. If you remember, he lost, what was it, 2-3 Ravens at the start of the, sorry, 2-3 Wraiths at the start of the game. And as a result, that did kind of hinder his own anti-air, his own harassment potential as well. So a rough start for Quanta, and that snowballed out of control, with Honmono taking air control away from him and maintaining it for the rest of the game. And with that, Homeowner takes the lead, and we'll see what game 2 has in store for us. We shall see. Alright, getting into our next game. Ravens are broke. I mean, if you're it's a similar dynamic in SC2 TVT. The difference is though that instead it's like Viking Raven, right, where it's all about air Terran. We have like Viking Raven versus Viking Raven as well. Here though, one race doesn't have the Raven, so it's a little bit different in how they do engage with each other. here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Polypoid, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Hyper 1, leading the series 1-0. It is Honmono. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. Yes, as is being said in the chat, I do think that a science vessel would have also been another kind of way to help deal with them. It wouldn't necessarily solve the issue, but basically you'd have this kind of like dance between the spellcasters, where you'd have the science vessels looking for an EMP, likewise Ravens trying to avoid that. I think that still favors the SC2 Terran player though, just because, as I was kind of alluding to before, the Raven Viking composition I feel like is a little bit more robust than the Science Vessel Wraith or Science Vessel Valkyrie composition when it comes to fighting for air control specifically. But at the same time, like as is being said in the chat, I mean, you know, with Goliath's support or with some other kind of composition as well, like maybe it can still work out. We'll see if we end up in that dynamic once again as we are loading into a 4-player spawn map. Okay. Let's calm things down. Also, bear in mind, Honmono is now the Brood War Terran. So now Honmono is embracing Brood War Terran, Quanta is embracing SC2 Terran instead, and we'll see if we see mech versus mech or something very different as Honmono is opening up 2 racks. Okay. Did I say my apologies? It's going to be a 3 racks opener here. So Honmono is playing Bio. He's going to be playing Bio. Instead, he's going for an early Bio-based composition, an earlier Bio push. Did go racks expand into his 3 racks opener. Honmono has yet to SCV scout, so Honmono is going to be in the dark as to where his opponent is. We'll see how they do kind of how to engage and whether or not Quanta's able to get a read on what's going on. As Quanta, ooh, he's scouting towards the bottom left. So he's going counterclockwise. We'll be going bottom left into bottom right into top right. So it is going to be a bit of a later scout for Quanta with that Reaper. Meanwhile, you see Honmono rushing into Stim. Academy's on the way. Again, that's going to be for the Stim upgrade for that 3 racks. Here we go. Quanta is moving up for that scout. Meanwhile, back at home, he is going for a 1-1-1 opener instead. Interesting. Going for the add-on swap into Hellion production. So reacted Hellion, SCV does arrive. Honmono, he immediately scouts his opponent. He is aware. Ooh, and will even delay the CC. It's brutal. Honmono, he will force down a second SCV. Quanta, meanwhile, does get eyes on the expansion, on the Marines. Reaper goes down. Nice pick off here by Honmono. Ooh. That's a kill in the SCV. And he throws down the cheese. Not like this. Honmono throws down the cheese, gets the SCV kill, building up his Marines. Stim is about to finish up, and Honmono should soon be pulling the trigger. Should soon be moving out. Meanwhile, Quanta back at home, throwing down his bunker. His Hellions aren't being active to slow down the army. Ideally, the Hellions will be able to get some shots off and maybe force a Stim. They do now engage. Oh, there's our first Stim. Ooh, they take down the first Hellion, but nice Hellion volleys. Quanta, he holds. Oh, the spread! Oh my god. Whew. See Honmono setting up the concave. Quanta doesn't take the bait. He backs up. Pulls away in time. Whew. And both armies do bounce off each other. Meanwhile, Quanta, do you see what I see? That is a fusion core. Hello. Quanta rushing into BCs. The attack lab about to finish up. Fusion core is on the way. Hellions, they do bust in. The bunker isn't ready. Oh my god. The bunker is barely not ready. Marines are going down. The SCVs are being roasted. Yeah, massive Hellion shots going off. So many SCVs going down. It's going to be 6, 7, 8 SCV kills. Hellions are finally cleaned up, but that is brutal. That is critical damage. 8 worker kills. Not just that, but they took down so many Marines. Looking at the slots tab, that was what? 13 Marines going down alongside 9 SCVs. Very nice trade here for Quanta. And what does this mean? This means that Honmono has that much less to counterattack. despite the, 5 racks follow-up here, he barely has any Marines, and the Hellions, they are here to keep things going. They bust into the mineral line once again for a second time. This time there are more Marines, but they're lining up. Oh, they do somewhat line up. Alas, they don't take any hits. 3 STV kills. Not amazing this time from Quanta. 3 ACVs for 3 Hellions. Better trade for Honmono. Meanwhile, Liberator has arrived here behind the main base, has yet to fully engage. Oh, the skin reveals! Yeah, massive skin into the main base. The mech is confirmed, the BC production as well. Honmono knows, and Honmono should be setting up back at home with some towers. He already has one. Turret here in the main. Marines getting in position. And we'll see what this first BC can get done. Hellions moving out for a 3rd time. At this point, though, Honmono, he has plenty of bio to defend. He should be fine. Should be able to secure himself. 3rd CC's on the way. Science vessel as well. Sorry, science facility. For the science vessel, I would imagine. Scans the natural. Quanta going for a ninja. Oh my god. Also scouting for ninja bases as well. Making sure that Honmono, he hasn't pulled a fast one over on him. First BC has arrived. Drifting into the main. Gets an SCV. Kill, not a cancel on that turret. Marines, they do sim in. And it looks like we're going to be able to keep the Academy alive a little bit longer here, but it takes a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Mado goes off, takes down the Wraith. BC is getting quite low. Quanta doesn't lose anything. So a nice trade. He gets 3 Marines, a Wraith, and an SCV. Second BC has arrived. Likewise, Quanta in position to scout any kind of move outs, going into his own Blue Flame Hellions, tank production as well. A very different approach here from Quanta, where Honmono went into Raven production, Quanta, of course, embracing BCs instead. 3rd CC is spotted. To get the hell out of there. Ooh. Not far enough though. 2 Hellions go down. BC back into the main. He wants that Academy. Lockdown is being researched. We see Honmono going into Ghost production. Let's go. The lockdown is ready. So basically, Honmono, he has his own disable. His own version of Interference Matrix. Meanwhile, Hellions, they bust into mineral line. Honmono out of position. Oof. More SCVs are going down. Honmono getting pulled apart. And he has to respond. Tank has arrived as well. 8 SCV kills. Well, there go the lockdowns. And can he snipe the first BC? It looks like he can. Oh my, lockdown, it lasts so long. It's like double the duration of disable, Bobby. Look how long it lasts. Crazy. And there we go. Both BCs go down. At the same time, oh my god, they roast up the Marines! The Blue Flame! Gee, calm down. The Marines get roasted. Alongside 12 SCVs. Meanwhile, no anti-air. The Wraith going ham. BC does teleport in. The Hellions overextend. Once again, they go ham on the Marines. Another lockdown here on the tank and the BC as well. The lockdown on the Hellion. And Honmono, he's going to be able to hold on. He shuts down the tank. Catches the tank, gets a 3rd BC as well. Another lockdown here on another tank. But the Hellion reinforcements, are they going to be enough? They're taking down the Ghost. Oh my god, the Ghost is so fragile. I'm not used to it. Yeah, the Brutal Ghosts are so much more fragile compared to the SC2 ones. They go down real quick. And the BC survives. Battlecruiser does survive. He wants the Ghost. Oh my god. Gets another. Runs past. GG gets called. This just too much. And Quanta We'll tie the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. The lockdown was good, but not good enough. Again, I was just so shocked to see how fragile those Brood Ghosts are, how quickly they fell to the Blue Flame Hellions. It wasn't just the Marines getting roasted, it was the Ghosts as well. GG. And with that, we're going all the way to Game 3. But it isn't just the duration of the lockdown. Winding it back, something that, if you haven't seen this in SC Evo, but the duration of Brood War spells in general, I'm referring to lockdowns, I'm referring to the defense matrix, I'm referring to even the Zerg spells, like the Dark Swarm, or what's the other one that I'm thinking of? Not Fungal Growth, and Snare, that's it, and Snare as well. The duration is crazy on some of those Brood War spells. Like, as an SC2 player, I'm envious. It's like, oh my god, why can't we get this? It's crazy. In comparison to its SC2 counterpart, I should say. But here we go. We're going all the way to game number 3. And we'll see how this story ends. It could go either way. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Hyper 1. It is Hon Mono. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Brutal Terran. It is Quanta, the Stream Wizard. We go. Our Brutal Ghost lied here. I would want to know that as well, actually. Hold on, I'm trying to find that. But yeah, I'm curious if that is the case, as we do see Homono opening up with a fake proxy Rax. Let's go. SCV Scout comes in. It is a double gas opener out of Homono, but the Rax is thrown down in the natural, not across the map. So Homono going to try to force an overreaction from his opponent. Yes. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that explains it. That does explain why they were dying so quickly to the Blue Flame Hellions. So thank you so much, Hyper One, and shout out to the link to the Wikipedia page of the SC Evo Ghost in the chat. But it looks like they are categorized as light units. Meanwhile, Quanta still has the SCV across the map. Is going to be opening up 2 racks. Ooh, going for a delayed CC, going for additional Marine production instead. You can see Quanta, he's looking for the proxy, he's scouting, he's checking. We know that there is none, but he himself is not yet secure, not yet aware. Meanwhile, because it was a double gas opener, it's going to be racks into factory, into a delayed CC, but it should not be a one base all in. There we go. You see Homeowner getting ready for that expansion, for that natural base. So this is a pretty standard, or I say standard, very safe opener by Homeowner, by delaying the command center. And the SCV should be able to confirm. Should be able to. Meanwhile, Quanta building up, still no expansion in sight, rushing to stim, and it looks like it's going to be a one base all in from Quanta, as he has not actually checked the low ground yet. He's still looking, he's still scouting. He's still looking for the proxy, and he will now confirm that there's the CC. There's a CC in production. There's the factory, there's the racks, bunker on the way as well, of course. And now Quanta's in a really awkward position. Again, this was all designed to defend against an all-in, and now he has to attack. Now he has to be the aggressor himself. He's moving out. He's got 2 medics. He has stim. But there's going to be a bunker. Can he break through it? Can he break it down? Likewise, 2 Cyclones are out as well. They have a lot of kiting potential. Quanta is expanding behind this, but he invested so much into this army. And can he trade? You can try to bait the lock-ons on the medics, but And now there's 3 Cyclones, soon to be 4. And I don't see Quanta breaking this at all. I don't see that happening. Quanta, oh god. He thinks about it. Did stim. But yeah, he has to pull away. Oof, leaves out a Marine. Scan into the main does likewise reveal the setup. Third CC's on the way. So Quanta double expanding. I mean, it makes sense. Quanta is behind, so to catch up, he's going for the double expand. He's trying to set up his own third CC. We'll see if he can. See if he can. As we do see Homeowner moving out to punish. Behind this, just going Mass Cyclone into Raven. Lock-ons pop off. Ooh, and Quanta just cannot compare to this army. He's going to lose everything. He has to get the hell out of here. Bleeding out too many Marines. Behind this, there's no tank production. The factory was heavily delayed because of the 2-racks opener. And here comes Homeowner looking to knock down that front door. The bunker will help. But Homeowner has a terrifying army. Pushing in, he has an auto turret as well. Bear that in mind. Didn't resource disable. Forces out a stim. Force out a stim. Homeowner pulling away. The other one. We didn't get raided today. Not yet. Not yet. No rage, man. No rage. We get a decent amount of viewership for this tournament usually. It's okay. Hey, shout out to everyone that did tune in today. We are competing with Epic Land. So you know, if you want to help support the UK StarCraft scene, then I do recommend opening up some tabs. Multi-twitch it up. But thank you for those that are tuning in. I think for the last StarCraft Evolutions though, I think we clashed with I keep wanting to say like the Basilisk Brawl. No, the Big Brain Bouts, that's it. I feel like usually the Big Brain Bouts clashes with this event, right? Am I crazy? I could be mistaken there. Okay, it's yesterday. Okay. Friday. I see. It's the other one. Meanwhile, Quanta, I mean, Homeowner backed off. He didn't push in. He didn't try to break the natural. He backs off from here. Quanta establishing his third. Getting up and running. The tanks have arrived. Quanta, he's stabilizing. I was a little bit concerned that he wasn't going to be able to take advantage of that third base, but no, it's up. Likewise, so is Homeowner. Settling in, it's going to be mech versus bio tank. So a very different dynamic this time. And speaking of mech, it is going to be battle mech out of Homeowner instead. Homeowner looking for that third. Sorry, looking for the fourth even. There is no expansion. No way in either. Last Homeowner, we saw how well these Ravens can pop off here against Brood War Terran, and he's embracing them once again. And it looks like he is within range of at least the Gas Geyser. Kind of an awkward attack position, but got some damage off. Doesn't really achieve too much. Rotates around. Likewise, Quanta fortifying himself. I mean, because of the bio composition, now there is that much more anti-air, but anti-armor missile does connect. Quanta has to back off. Homeowner's gain map control from here. He can expand. He can take a third. Sorry, he can take a fourth, take a fifth base, go for the gold. Homono has potential. This blue flame is done. And on the one hand, it is an impressive siege line, but that's what the Ravens are for. Ravens are here to knock down that front wall, to break through the siege line. Heli volleys going up. Oof. Marines do go down. Gonna try and trade, but yeah, the Hellions, they break through most of the Marines. Half of them do fall. And without the Marines, there's nothing to support the tanks. And that's where Ravens can... that's where they can shine. Homeowner is still looking for the 4th base. Tanks are here, though. This time there are tanks to siege up. Let's get within range of the gas geyser. And the tanks are now within range.
Game pause.
And it looks like we have... oh. I was going to say, it looks like we have a little bit of latency, but no, it looks like there's a bug as well. Oh, no. Oh, potentially. If anyone can read some Hangul, some Korean, let us know what they did say. Shout out to Hyper1 in the chat. Big medic skills are like, oh, I see. He was like, the hell just happened? Are you referring to the optic flare? As Quanta does hold. He's like, what the hell was that? Bro, yeah. Say, man, your game is bugged. The medics, they blinded my Ravens. It's like, no, that's intentional. Oh, okay. It's all good. Homeowner backs off. That's the only one you can cast offensively. Yeah. I actually heard the sound effect, and I was perplexed as well because I've never heard the optic flare used before. I think this is the first time we've seen it used in StarCraft Evolution, like in this tournament series. I mean. As Quanta, he does get his 4th. See Homeowner rotating around towards the left-hand side. Quanta not quite in position. And no sensor towers here, not for Brood War. Homeowner, he pushes in, catches out 3 of these tanks. 4 of these tanks even. 4 tanks go down. Homeowner pushing towards the natural. BC production has begun. Nice and stable in the first BC. Tanks are falling. Gets the second disable. Second disable goes off. Homeowner pushing forward. Yeah, the Bio Army taking a lot of hits. Another just the mass disable on the BCs. They just want to fight. They just want to take part. Homeowner rotates. But once again, though, Quanta, he maintains his economy. Still on 82 workers. He does hold. His BCs were disabled, that is true, but he's been able to maintain them. Does build them up now up to 4 battle cruisers, soon to be 5. Goliath production has begun as well. And what is the answer to the Raven? Yamato Baki, let's go. Quanta gonna be fighting for that air control. So Homeowner does rotate. This time Quanta is keeping up. There we go. Does rotate. Sorry, I was just looking it up, but yeah, Optic Flare reduces the size of an enemy unit to 1. Crazy. But yeah, it's something that you often don't see. Rotating around. Getting to his own now Thor production. Thor's going to have a bit of an awkward time pushing forward and breaking through the rest of the ground-based army here for Homeowner, but more anti-air nonetheless. It's going to be all about that air control. How many BCs do we have? 6. 6 battle cruisers. Making 3 BCs at a time. Let's go. So Quanta just transitioning into mass BC. Hedix MVP. Ravens right, vision right under them, but they have to move in all the way. Yeah, exactly. It forces them to be more vulnerable, which is actually huge. Like, it's so useful. Meanwhile, Quanta is just getting rid of some of his supply. BCs, they do push in. Oh, the mass disables, though. The Yamatos, they don't quite go off. BCs, they get disabled. At the same time, the Bio Army does hit the natural. Homono out of position. He's racing back home. That brings a stim into the natural, going for the CC. Natural base is going to go down. BCs to escape. And the Marines are all going to be cleaned up. But again, Quanta, he wanted to get rid of them. It is going to be a one-way trip, but he's replacing all these Marines with more BCs. Just a pure battle cruiser. Oof. Brutal Thor shots, though. Once again, more disables going off. Unlike Lockdown, of course, BCs, they can still fly away. They don't have to stand and fight. And because Homono is going to Thor and not Viking, then he can't chase them. You know, once the BCs get into the dead space, they're safe. They're safe and sound. There's nothing to chase them down. Thors, there's only so much they can do. They have to waddle back home. And we do see that Homono is still just going Thor Raven. Interesting. I mean, more starports are on the way, so we can try to transition out of this into a more Viking-heavy composition or his own BCs. Just building up more Thors. Likewise, Quanta behind this, fully walling up with turrets, with tanks. BC's going for some harass. Alas, there are Thors back at home to defend. Homono can keep pushing. How many BCs are we up to? 12! 12 BCs. I would still love to see a science vessel alongside these, just to support, just for their own EMPs, for example. To shut down the Ravens, because these Ravens still have so much energy. How many Ravens? 11. I mean, they can disable every single BC in the next fight. There are enough Ravens. So I'm not fully convinced in the power of Quanta's army yet. See Homono just harassing, throwing away some cyclones, freeing up more supply, finding his army. It is quite important here that Homono does throw down more starports, so whenever there's a fight, he can replenish his army as well, as quickly as possible. That's the case for both players, as both armies are maxing out. How many BCs? 12? 12 BCs. Yo, we have some control towers on the way. More starports being set up. Both armies still posturing. Missing each other as well. Quanta pulling back. Going for a Marine run by. Does scout the main army of Homono. Okay, Quanta's aware. Does see where Homono is. How does he respond? He's pushing. Okay. Let's go. Trading a base for a base. As Homono pushes in, catches out 4 tanks, going for top left. CC should go down. At the same time, Homeowner, he pushes towards the gold. So yeah, trading a base for a base. Homeowner, he does second guess himself. He turns around with the Thors. Pushes with the tanks. Turns the Thors around. So Homeowner is turning back home. God, buildings actually go down so quick. Jesus. The burst damage. Ravens are coming from behind. They throw down the Massive Sable. And BCs have to just get the hell out of here. They do pull away. A couple Yamatos going off. But they're only single target. BCs do pull back. Also, that was one BC going down. Disable runs out. And finally, I'm waiting for the mass Viking transition. There we go. More starports. Finally, we need the Vikings. We need to punish this. As they just float away. Importantly as well, the CCs survived because only the tanks were fighting, so the CCs are just lifted. Tanks, they do come across each other. There's the one BC popping up. Oh my god. Once again, Massive Sable. Quanta pulls away. Safe in the dead space. Mono attempting to counterattack with some of his army. Again, I think he's just trying to free up supply, getting rid of tanks. As Homeowner, he just completely reset his tank count. He's down to 5 tanks. He's still making more Thors. Jesus. Oh my god. Making 4 Thors at a time. Which means Quanta's tank army still has value, is what I'm getting at. Like, these tanks, they can still support this air army quite well. Like, the Ravens, they have a little work to do. They have to disable everything. The tanks, the BCs. How many Ravens? 15. 15 Ravens against 15 BCs and 16 tanks. Tanks are a little bit late to siege. Disable's coming in on the tanks first. Oh my god, we disable everything. We disable all the BCs and the tanks as well. Just have faith in the Raven, Bobby. Oh my god. Everything gets disabled. The tank line is cleaned up and Homeowner can keep pushing. We see Homeowner making 6 BCs at a time, but he needs time. Does need time to recover. Bearing in mind, most battle cruisers did survive that fight. They pulled away. Shots going off. One of the BCs does fall. Yeah, and here come the Vikings. Vikings able to at least punish some of the BCs. Getting on top of the gold. Quanta did have a larger bank to work with though. Has been able to rebuild. Bearing in mind that Quanta still has the gold. Homeowners was lost earlier. And these BCs have been so resilient. Like, I mean, 15 of them have fallen, sure, but... most of the time, they do survive these engagements. So Quanta maintains his BCs, building up more tanks. Homeowner down to 8 Ravens. And his gas bank is what I'm concerned about, by. The gas bank here of Homeowner, it's drying up. So you can see Homeowner having a hard time remaxing. And Quanta, he's at 200. He's already at 200 supply. And Quanta, can he do it? Can he bounce back? Despite the awkward start to the game. Yeah, massive tank shots. SCVs are going down, 14 SCV kills. Denying the CC, more importantly, denying the gas. Denies the gas geysers. Homeowner going for the base trade. Going for a massive counterattack instead. Does find a lot of tanks, but he's out of energy. The Ravens, they run out of energy. No more disables. Tanks are still cleaned up though. The BCs, they turn around. Battle crews, they do turn back around. Reinforcements on the way. Oof, one of the BCs does fall. I think's better of it. Yeah, reinforcements, they slow down the push, and Quanta, he commits to the base trade. He's going for the production. We'll lose the gold. But he's fine with that. Bearing in mind, because this is so Thor heavy as well, like even if Homono comes back home, the BCs they can still just out position. They can just use the terrain. Thor's rotating around. BCs have control of the natural. And Homono, he will take down another expansion. Another CC goes down, but again, he cannot push up this ramp. If he tries, he's going to lose so much in the process. And while Quanta just keeps on going, GG gets called. It's just too much, and Quanta will take the series 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Quanta, he will take the series, will bring it back here. Did stumble in game 1 against Mass Raven, but in game 2 and game 3, able to take it, able to take the series, able to take down Honmono. GG. GG, well played. Quanta will advance on into the semifinals, and he's up against his next opponent. He's in the chat as well. Boanan. Boanan has been patiently waiting for either Terran player, and he has his opponent confirmed. Quanta. We're hopping on over to the American server for the TVP. Meanwhile, that series was so long, we missed out on the upper matches. We already have a finalist. 3 Point took down Ateshi 2-0. 3 Point took down Rebellion 2-0. And 3 Point is waiting in the grand finals. As I mentioned before, 3 Point, he is one of the favorite players to win the entire event. I was expecting a ZVP finals between 3 Point and Classic, but Boanan had other plans. He had other plans. He introduced Classic to the Brood War Cannon Rush and did overwhelm and caused a massive upset. And could Boanan win the entire thing? Could he win the entire tournament? I mean, we're about to find out if he can cannon rush the hell out of Quanta as well. I'm assuming that it's going to be more cannons, but we'll see. We'll see. But shout out to Boanan, of course, who was chilling in the chat, watching the Terrans face off against each other. GG. I didn't think I would win Mass Brood War BC winning this series. Yeah, I mean, he was doing such a good job when it came to rotating and denying expansions, denying the economy of Homono. I mean, that's what really killed Homono in the end. Winding it back a little bit, talking about the finale of that game, is the fact that Homono ran out of steam. He ran out of gas, literally and figuratively. He just ran out of resources. So after some of those big engagements, after some of those big fights, despite the fact that I do think that Homono was trading very efficiently, especially when his Ravens came into play, he could not afford those losses. He could not afford those trades, and he did just peter out towards the end. And again, he was never able to fully clean up and shut down all the BCs. As we saw, whenever they would be disabled, they just flew away. They just flew back. They just avoided any kind of big fights whenever things would look a little bit too terrifying. As we saw, because Homono went for Mass Thor initially, he was never able to really chase down those BCs properly. He was working towards Mass Viking towards the end, but by then it did feel a little bit too late when it came to that Viking production, when it came to that Viking transition. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. We have our next series ready for us. Let's go. So we're catching up in the chat. And we can have a look at the bracket itself. I did just mention again, you can see here, actually I'll scroll over a little bit for you. I got you. There we go. You can see here, 3 Point, he was able to take down Ateshi, take down Rebellion. 3 Point has not dropped a single map so far, and I would still say that 3 Point is the favorite player. For those who do not know, he's a Korean Zerg player. He was, of course, mainly an SE2 pro, but ever since the release of StarCraft Evolution, I actually haven't seen 3 Point compete in StarCraft 2 tournaments since then. He's been focusing a lot on StarCraft Evolution events instead, and he has been able to rise through the ranks and has established himself as one of the stronger players in the mod. So he typically is favored to win it, but we'll see who can bring him down, as we have yet to determine his opponent. So we are in the semis. Do need a moment to get things ready, though. And again, I'm sure this is going to be a short series as well. I mean, despite the fact that cannon rushes aren't really known to be too effective against Terran, I don't think that's going to stop Bowenan. Not at all. He is more than willing to embrace it. He's an animal. And we love him for it. Love him for it. Ah, let's go. As vetoes are underway. Just catching up. Guardians will win this. We have seen Guardian play in ZBT. Depending on the map, especially if we go to late game, kind of like what we just saw. If we go to late game, if we get into a split map scenario, we have seen 3-point pop off with Guardians. That is true. I think it was against Psyarch we saw Guardian play, which was really cool. It's not the most we don't see it too often. We are all coming together. Shout out to the other language casters, of course. Shout out to Enki. Shout out to the STC. The STC himself. The STC, of course, casting in Korean. Enki casting in Spanish. And we have ourselves casting in English, of course. And it looks like the vetoes are done, and we're jumping into game 1 of our semifinals. Let's go. Let us go. I hope you're ready. I'm not. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the orange Protoss player, the StarCraft 2 Protoss, representing himself from the Netherlands. He is the classic Slayer himself. It is Bowenan. It's crazy. He's wild. He's already caused one upset. Can he cause another? Can he make it to the finals? Well, spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Korean Terran player, the Brutal Terran for Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. And if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going because predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take it. Shouldn't be a surprise. Forge. Forge from Bowenan. As a reminder, this is going to be a very short series because we are going to be cannon rushing every game. Let's go. I mean, hey, he 2-0'd Classic with cannons. Can he take down Quanta as well? The pylons have been placed, and the cannon rush is upon us. Meanwhile, Quanta does fully wall off. He fully walls off the ramp. Does throw down the depot in time. Second probe has arrived. The cannons can still be set up, and probes can still gain high ground vision. Try to work their way through that wall. There's a cannon on the way. Gateway as well. The probes are here to add some DPS to try and delay some of the building, some of the structures. Yeah, extra boys are being pulled. And depot under fire. Bearing in mind as well that these depots, they cannot be lowered. So Quanta walls himself in. Bunker behind this. Single gas opener tells us that Quanta wanted to go for an economic build, wanted to go for a rack expand. But the cannon is up. And that depot is being knocked down. Bunker's halfway done. The first Marine will pop out. But last Bowenan, he still has high ground vision with that probe. The Marine! Oh, Marine goes down. Big pickoff. Uh-oh. The Marine goes down. The depot is under fire. SCVs, if they try to repair, they are going to be within range. And the SCVs are being targeted down. Ooh, one SCV goes down. Second Marine about to pop. Behind this, there's a cyber core. Now, with a cyber core, this can turn into a proxy Stargate, into Void Rays. Quanta going for the proxy factory. Let's go. Going for the proxy. Send it, Fabi. Second cannon has finished up. Depot is still under fire. Cyber core's almost done. Remember, with the cyber core, you can go either Robo for Immortals or Stargate for Void Rays. What's it going to be? As both depots will fall. At the same time, factory is about to finish up. It can float into the main and go for proxy Hellion, go for proxy Widowmine. Oh, but Quanta supply block! The supply block! He can't make anything! Also, I apologize, I said Widowmine and Hellion. It's Brood War Terran, of course. My bad. Can't go for proxy Vulture, I should say, but he's supply block, he can't make anything! Depot's on the way. My brain was just SE2 build. Adept does shade in. Guess an SCV is going to be proxy Stargate. Meanwhile, the Vulture is in production. As SCVs go down, Quanta frees up more supply. So it's a good thing he's losing SCVs. And the Vulture will be able to dive into the main. Has yet to reveal itself. Bowenan's still in the dark as to what's going on. We're banking up Vultures. At the same time, Void Ray's on the way. Oh, it's going to be Mass Marine to defend. You can see the probe is looking for any kind of proxy or ninja base. But he doesn't check his main. The call is coming from inside the house. Oh, another supply block. But the Vultures, they do bust in and they can one-shot. Yeah, they can one-shot probes. Probes are going down. They rush back to the cannon. But we are denying any kind of mining, any kind of economy here from the Protoss. Does he recall back home? The Void Ray now commits. Void Ray does commit. Bowenan doesn't have the energy for a recall anyway. Bowenan, can he still pull this off? Does get into the mineral line. Some SCVs are going down. But again, Bowenan, no mining whatsoever. He's trying to go proxy Tempest, but he can't afford it. Void Ray fighting with the Marines. Marines, they do deal a lot of damage. Void Ray gets low. Does survive. And there's the recall. There's the recall back home, and the Void Ray will clean this up. But again, such delayed economy for Bowenan. Even though he has the fleet beacon, no Tempest. He can't afford it. He cannot afford that Tempest. So the proxy's so heavily delayed. Still no mining, still one Vulture. Finally, it's going to go down. And Bowenan can finally start to afford that Tempest, but in the meantime, we're building up more Marines. The Marine count is building up. Stim is done. Medics are here to support. Breaking through 2 cannons and 2 shield batteries is still going to be a tough ask, but the tank is on the way. The tank will help. He stims in. Oh, he has the high ground. He has the high ground. The first cannon will fall. Tank has arrived. And Bowenan is being shut down. Oh, the Artosis pylon! No! The pylon! The pylon goes down. Everything gets depowered. Not like this. And it looks like Quanta has done it. He shuts down the proxy, shuts down the cannon rush, breaks out of his main. And he can now move out across the map. There's nothing at home to defend. Just so much of an investment here in the proxy. At the same time, the one Void Ray dives in. Let's go. The one Void Ray does buy some time. We're fueled by a little bit of copium here from the side of Bowenan. I mean, technically he has an economy. He can try to rebuild. This one Void Ray tying up all these Marines. But only for so long. Goliath production has begun. And Bowenan back at home is going for the Robo. Will eventually get into Immortal production, true. I mean, if Quanta takes too long, Bowenan, he's expanding. No shot Quanta allows this to get up and running, right? No shot. Bunkers on the way. Quanta, he's first cleaning up the proxy. I mean, this is buying a lot of time. You could argue that technically Quanta could have ignored this. Technically, he could have ignored all these buildings and just walked across the map. And there would have been nothing at home outside of just one cannon. And the Void Ray could have been recalled, but there would have been plenty to work with. But here we go, Quanta does pull the trigger. And I'm going to be very impressed if Bowenan can somehow survive this push. He has one Void Ray, a shield battery, a cannon, soon to be an Immortal, and a Dream. Let's go. It does stem in. Takes down the Void Ray instantly, and GG gets called, and Quanta takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Quanta will take a lead in the series. And again, all thanks to the proxy factory. Floating into the main base, going for the proxy vultures meant that Bowenan, even though he was gaining ground, even though he broke into the main and got his Void Ray up, he could not afford anything else. His economy was completely shut down, and despite having a fleet beacon, no second Void Ray, no Tempest, no nothing. As Quanta was able to bounce back with that GG. GG, well played. And we'll see if Quanta will take the series 2-0 or if Boanan can bounce back and force the ace match. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh, the vetoes! You're crazy! Let's go! This I was not expecting here. Okay, everyone's freaking out. So, I don't know what the vetoes were, but Paradox makes it through. Paradox is going to be game number 2. For those that have tuned into this tournament series before, you would know what's coming next. This is typically a map reserved for the finals, because it is always vetoed. This map has never made it through the veto process before, until now. I'm a little bit in shock. If you're curious, what is Paradox? Paradox is an island map. It is an island map, something that is never seen in SC2 anymore, and again is usually reserved for best of 5s, just because you have less vetoes, of course, in a best of 5 process in SC Evolution. But it has somehow made it through the best of 3 vetoes, and here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Paradox, where you cannot cannon rush because you can't go across the map because it's an island. Oh my god, it's crazy. The probe. Oh, he doesn't know. What's okay? We have we have the orange Protoss player from the Netherlands representing himself, currently teamless, but still is the classic Slayer. And can he force the ace match? What can he do other than cannon rush? Does he know how to play the game outside of making cannons? We're about to find out. It is Boanan. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. Onomas, one more game is all he needs to make it through. And I'm really excited. I mean, okay, so a couple of things here. We have one big island. We have one big island initially with 3 bases. You have potentially 3 expansions. On top of that, high-yield gas geysers as well. So I'm feeling Skytoss, right? Like, that would make sense. If you have so much rich Vespene gas geysers, you can take these expansions, like going into Mass Stargate, into, it is SC2 Protoss, bear that in mind. So into, like, Mass Phoenix. Maybe a Mass Phoenix, maybe a Mass Void Ray, maybe just a Skytoss rush into Tempest or into Carrier. I do think that is in the cards for Boanan. Meanwhile, Quanta, oh my, 3cc. Look at the greed. I mean, this is something you can never get away with on any other map. We have seen something similar to this, if you remember, on, not Gresfan, oh my god. What was that map? It was a map will go in SE2. I can't believe I've forgotten the name. The map that we saw Spirit go 3cc before Factory against Solar at Katowice. Which was crazy, Jesus. But you know what map I'm talking about. It's the map that was in the map pool at the start of the year before this map pool with a pocket 3rd base. Anyway, that's where you could be a little bit greedy, but this is 3cc before racks. That is insane. Oh my god. So it's all about being greedy, right? It's all about being greedy, and Boanan did go for the Gate Cyber before the Nexus. So we have Quanta being as greedy as possible. We have Boanan delaying the expansion and rushing into a Stargate first. So he's rushing into the Stargate, rushing into either a Phoenix or an Oracle. Here we go. Hold on, it's bothering me that I can't remember the map name. I don't know why. I keep thinking like it wasn't Gresfan. It was earlier this year. Radizza Station, that's it. Jesus. My brain had removed that from my memory. But Radizza Station was a map in SE2 at the start of the year where we saw Terran players be almost as greedy as this. Not quite as greedy, but almost. And we're going double starport. Triple starport! It's all about the air. It's all about the battle in the air. It's all about air control. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Rax is floating over to Scout, of course. Factory as well. We have some Overlords. Oracle comes in. There's no anti-air. There's nothing. SCVs are going down. Despite the mass starport, the Oracle has arrived. SCVs are falling left and right. Five SCV kills, 6 SCVs. Now the Oracle will run out of energy. True. will run out. But that is still insane. 8 SCV kills. Ay. 9? Oh, not quite. Does run out of energy. But last, there is a second Oracle on the way. So it's Oracle into Phoenix into a second Oracle as well. Wraith production has begun. But already this is a good start for Boanan. Gets 8 SCV kills. Max is forced back. So there is such a thing as being too greedy. A little bit too greedy here for Quanta. As again, he skipped any kind of racks or any kind of factory production. So was vulnerable. And that one Oracle still parked over the base. Meanwhile, Mass Wraith is in production. Second Oracle's moving out. And how many more SCVs? How many more SCV kills does head towards the natural. Wraith otherwise distracted. More SCVs going to be falling. And Quanta just doesn't have the Wraith count. Not yet. It's going to be how many? It's going to be 7. Another 7, another 8, 9 SCV kills. Oh my god. Another 9 SCVs go down. Look at the trades here. It was 2 Oracles for 17 SCVs. Now, on the one hand, Quanta could afford some of these losses as he could afford some of these losses as he did open up triple CC so he can make 3 SCVs at a time. That is true, so he could afford some, but he can't afford this many though. 17 SCV kills, and because the map is so large, I mean, we have another Oracle moving out, and the Wraiths, they're on the hunt. They're looking for any kind of stray Oracles. They're trying to keep up here with the rotations. I believe this factory did spot the Oracle, and the Oracle will be found out. Nice catch. Meanwhile, Boanan behind this, going into Mass Phoenix. Makes sense. I say that. Only 1 starport. Interesting. Okay, never mind, sorry. Double starport, Mass Phoenix. There is +1 air attack on the way. There's a forge for cannons. Robo is on the way as well. I imagine the Robo needs to be for the Warp Prism so that Boanan can expand. I should also mention there are additional islands. So there's an island here on the right, center left. So that's center, 2 on the left, 2 on the right hand side here in the center of the map. And to expand, we will need a Warp Prism. We'll need a Warp Prism here to unload a probe to try to take another expansion in a longer game state. Meanwhile, Phoenixes move out. So do the Wraiths. Oh, they do pass by each other. Phoenixes, they hit across the map, and the Wraiths, they turn back around. SCVs going down once again, and Quanta out of position. No turrets. Is punished. I'm loving the cloak, though. Nicely done. Wraiths, they cloak. Oh my god, the value. They shut down the Phoenixes. They shut them down so hard, real quick. No detection. Most Phoenixes do fall. 2 of them do escape. Good trades here by Quanta, but again, he loses 7 more SCV kills. Well, 7 more SCVs do go down. He does uncloak. Observer did arrive. There's that Warp Prism on the way. Scan. Oh, if we can snipe the Observer. True. If Quanta can snipe the Observer, then he can win the battle in the sky. Remember, there is no Oracle. There's no Revelation. The Oracles were sniped earlier. Uh-oh. Yeah, cannon. Cannon's on the way. That makes sense. Boanan will need some stationary detection. Scans once again. He spots the Observer. He wants it! Going for the Stalkers. Oh! Does snipe the Observer. Very nice pick off. And there's no detection! No detection, but there is a cannon in the mineral line. Ooh, but the cannon is denied here over the production. Pylon's going to go down. Nice pickups. Depowers the Stargate. Scans, gets another Observer. Prism goes down. Again, very nice. The Invisible Boys. The Mass Wraith. I mean, that's the difference between the Wraith and a Banshee. Wraith, they shoot up and they shoot down. Crazy. They can do both. Another Observer has arrived. Behind this, Oracle's on the way. I do like the addition of the Oracles for the Revelation. True. And despite all the losses earlier, Quanta, he's back in this. Double expanding, throwing down 2 more CCs. Building up more Wraiths. Boanan has a massive mineral bank, having a hard time spending his resources. And has yet to expand. And again, there's a factory and a racks as well to deny. And remember, Phoenixes, they don't shoot down. They can't do anything about the buildings. So the Stalker's going to have to be dropped to actually work through these buildings to actually expand. So that's a bigger delay. Now finally we get a 3rd Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. Scan once again. Going for the Stargate. Meanwhile, Boanan will expand, or will at least attempt to. see if he can. Quanta's going to be alerted. He does respond. Actually pulls away. I mean, the revelation is still in effect. And the problem is that if he attacks, I mean, he's going to be baited into a fight. The Phoenixes are getting ready. Okay, well, Quanta expanding as well. Science Vessel has arrived. He can go for the Irradiate. As Phoenixes are prone to stacking. Race, they come in. They one-shot. They one-shot the Stalkers. Science Vessel has arrived. Doesn't engage with the Phoenixes. Pulls away. Getting this upgrades. Working towards 2-2. Mass turrets being thrown down. But Bowen, he gets the Nexus. That's what's important. Base is going to slowly get up and running. He can always recall as well to saturate. If Anion Pulse Crystal's finishing up. So Mass Wraith versus Mass Phoenix. Only one Science Vessel, bear that in mind as well. But it is there to support. Race, they deny the cannons. They don't finish in time. Phoenix is diving in. Oh. Don't fully engage, not yet. Science Vessel comes in. Up! Goes for the EMP. Yeah, gets the EMP off. Massive connection. And it looks like the Race Day will come out on top in this fight. Yeah, the EMP was brutal. And GG gets called. With that, Quanta will take the series 2-0. That EMP was insane. And will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. So my apologies. In my mind, I don't know why, I was like, oh, he could like EMP, but like, what's it really gonna do? Gonna like strip away the energy? Nah, the shields, papi. Of course, of course. Dudge shut him down. Unfortunately, there was, I mean, there was a really interesting interaction as well, like the idea of requiring the Oracle, of course, for the Revelation. Without it, we saw how dominant the Wraiths were, able to cloak, able to avoid detection, and able to kind of wreak havoc a little bit more. Likewise, Bonan was also struggling to spend his resources as well. It's just such a really awkward game state, and without practicing on Paradox, like, again, like, it's not something that you're not quite used to, going into this kind of like mass air army. And yeah, it was wild. I mean, it was still a really good start for Bonan. Remember, he killed 17 SCVs. That was insane. Just how many workers were killed. But alas, Quanta was able to bounce back. Was able to bounce back from there. GG, well played. Quanta will take the series. And we are getting ready for the grand finals. It's going to be a ZVT between 3 Points and Quanta. Let's go. Here we go. Meanwhile, a shout out to Acer313. God, papi, God. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft Evolution, or just content in general here on the CranKy Ducklings. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And I'm sure those that receive the gifts will appreciate it as well. Shout out to Random Hyper 1, Alive in the Wire, the Tapia, Matrix or Matrix, and Carp as well. Big shout out. Go. Here we go. I see Printf in the chat. Oh, the other cannon rusher. Oh my god. All the cannon rushers. They're converging. Here we go. I think that makes no way. Yeah. My apologies. No irradiate on Phoenixes. Blocking the expansions with the racks and factory. Yeah, I think it's really smart. Really good use of that setup. But thank you so much, Acer. Thank you. Vetoes are underway, I believe. But I also believe certain maps are forced. I think Game 1 and Game 2, Monty Hall and Paradox are going to be played out for the finals. Here we go. As we're getting ready for those grand finals. Un momento. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5 as well. Here go. Catching up. Beaks are light. Okay, okay. As it looks like our players are getting ready here for us. And I may as well set up the VPN as well, just in case, as we are hopping over to the green server. Now again, we haven't been able to catch any of 3Point's matches so far, but again, he's coming in as a champion of StarCraft Evolution. 3Point was actually not here last week, and I was looking forward to a face-off between Classic and 3Point. At least last week, that was denied as 3Point was unavailable. This week, denied as well by Boanan, and despite the fact that Boanan went down here in the tournament, I just see him in the chat, and a big shout out to Boanan as well for being able to pop off against Classic. Again, he's not an easy player to bring down whatsoever. Classic is last edition's champion as well from StarCraft Evolution number 4. So very well done here. Shout out to Boanan for bringing him down and for causing a big upset in the bracket. Did fall to Quanta here in the semifinals, but regardless, hope to see more of you in the future, and I look forward to seeing some more amazing cannon rushes in the fall championship of StarCraft Evolution as well. I didn't get to talk about it too much, but there is a big SEL event coming up in the coming month. There is going to be the fall championship. We'll be casting it as well. From my understanding, we won't be casting it live, but it's all good. We'll be casting it via replays nonetheless. Definitely something that we're going to be jumping onto. We will be casting the qualifiers. There are going to be qualifiers held in the coming weeks, so we'll be all over those qualifiers, and when it comes to the main event, we'll most likely be going over the replays as I believe the event is going to be clashing with some of our regular casts. I believe it's going to be clashing with like STC, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Master Swan Open, Sea Duckling Open, events like that, so we'll be going over it via replays instead. At least that is the current plan. Quantum Blade 3, he did. Hate Island. I know, they don't let you cannon rush, I know, smooch. But speaking of island maps, we are going to be jumping in once again. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5 between 3Point and Quanta. Game 1 will be on Paradox. Oh, let's go. As we're just making sure we have all the casters getting in as well. I consider just going 4-gate Robo. Oh, I mean, yeah, you saw how much damage your Oracles dealt at the start of the game, right? Like, there was just no units for Quanta. But it's a gamble, right? It's a gamble because you don't know how greedy your opponent's going to be on this map. And it's a gamble just because you can't scout, but sure, flip some coins back. Let's go. Next time. It was illegal, Pap. It was illegal. On any other map, it would be illegal. True. But here we go. We're getting into the grand finals. Vetoes are done. The map order is set. And we are getting into that first game. Oh boy. If you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. Will soon be open. Here we go. Hold on, I do need to set this up. Man, beautiful. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Paradox, once again, we're loading into the island map for a second time in a row. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. Going for a 15 hatch. Meanwhile, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be this week's champion. Quanta, he has been able to make his way through the lower bracket here. We've been following his journey to the finals. But at the same time, I will still say that 3 Point is the favorite player. I know we haven't been able to feature him here yet tonight, but I do look forward to what he has in store for us here against Quanta. We'll see, as so far, he's going for that initial 15 hatch. Likewise, Quanta going CC first. And shout out to Hyper One for providing some lovely translations. 3 Point saying this map win rate is 0%, but of course I have to try to win anyway. We have casted 3 Point versus Homono on this map, and we saw Homono come out on top, but it was a little bit different. It was Homono playing SC2 Terran, and Homono went Mass Viking. Homono, he went Mass Viking, and I will always remember a crazy moment where Homono, of course, 3 Point, he was Mass expanding with Nidus Worms. He was going for Nidus Worms, he was taking expansions. Homono, because he went Mass Viking, of course, he could land Vikings, he was sniping bases. There was a situation where Homono, he landed, he sniped this base, and we had 3 Point camping the Vikings by parking Scourge on top, and the Vikings couldn't lift. Like, Homono was like, let me out, and he's like, no. And you saw Homono, he was like splitting up his Vikings to try to lift, and the Scourge were following him as well, so whenever he tried to lift, he'd just lose the Viking. It was crazy. It was beautiful. It was a thing of beauty. In the end, Homono did win. In the end, Homono, he ended up breaking the Vikings free, and he just went to town, and a Mass Viking was insane. I'm curious if Quanta was watching, though. I'm curious if he was watching that kind of dynamic, and I'm curious if he has any ideas as well. The other thing, if I remember correctly, was 3 Point. He did have Scourge to support, but 3 Point, he was going Nidus Mass Hydra. He was going Mass Hydra, and the Vikings were actually winning in head-on fights against the Hydras. It was crazy. It was insane. Like, landed Vikings were killing Hydras. It's crazy. And that did lead to 3 Point, as he stated, 0% win rate. He has yet to win a game on Paradox, as Quanta is going Mass Starport. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah. I do apologize, but there we go. Did fix it up. It is best of 5. Is that best of 5? Rax is floating in. Starports are finishing. Even had the army behind this. Meanwhile, we do have 3 Point just mass expanding as well and rushing into a lair. So I imagine 3 Point, he's got a couple of options. The Hydra tech is actually hatch tech, so it looks like we might be going into a Spire. Spire might be the play for 3 Point, as he's going to be joining up. Likewise, the Viking production has begun, and we'll see if 3 Point can fight for air control. We do have drop lords being set up as well with those upgrades. Likewise, Spire is on the way, and the Overlord, or I should say the Rax, will scout and confirm, does get eyes on the Spire. So Quanta is aware of the potential Muta tech, the Muta Scourge, I should say. Likewise, Quanta back at home, producing nothing but Vikings. Getting into his third CC. Overlords are being chased down by the initial Vikings. Going for Liberator as well. I mean, okay, I was about to say, Mass Lib can actually do quite well when it comes to anti-air damage to mutas. So instead of going Mass Viking, it's Viking initially into Liberator. Okay, yeah, my attention. On top of that, bearing in mind, no queens. Brutal or Zerg players, I mean, they have queens, but it's a very different unit, right? It's a very different unit. It is a hive tech unit instead, so there's no initial anti-air kind of ground support, I should say. So Liberator production has begun. Meanwhile, here come the Dropper Lords. Again, in Brood War, you don't individually morph in Dropper Lords. Just all the Overlords have the ability to drop. As we are attempting to expand and take the island base, Muta production has begun. The Mutas have arrived. They do reveal themselves. And they will hunt down one of the Vikings. And we shouldn't lose any Mutas here. First Viking does fall. Second Viking going to be hunted down. Meanwhile, Liberators are amassing. And again, Liberator shots can be brutal. Especially if the Zerg player does not split up their Mutas. For those that are unaware, because you don't see it too often in SC2, but the Liberator anti-air attack does do splash damage. So it is a big, like, area of effect. Ooh, as we are having some latency issues here. Hopefully it does clear up. Okay, Mutas, they do push in. Liberator's getting in position. Okay, we're good, Mutas, they don't fully engage. More Liberators are amassing. Scourger on the way. Let's go. 14 Scourger production. They are somewhat like the Banelings in the sky. They can do just explosive damage here. Likewise, they can be kited against as well. As they do have to get on top of the air unit to detonate. And we have the Queen's Nest on the way. We spoke about the Queen earlier, and we can now gain access to it. I mean, Hive Tech and Queens as well to support. We can see, oh my god, just mass expanding Dropper Lords everywhere, taking every base at once. Hellions have arrived. Mutas, they do shut down the drop. Mass Lib coming in. Has yet to fully engage. But I will change nodes here, because it looks like, yeah, we are experiencing some high traffic on this node, which is why there are some frame drops here and there. As Drop Lords are being chased down, Mutas and Scourge try to engage. They do dive in. Oh my god. They don't connect. Oh, massive shit. Oh my god. And you can see 2 volleys is all it takes. The Liberators, they pop up. They completely shut down the Mutas and the Scourge. All it takes, 2 volleys, 2 hits, and that's it. Aye. As you mentioned, I mean, even if they didn't, like, stack like that, it would have been brutal. Oh! Decent connections with some of the Scourge at least, but, yeah, Quanta is popping off. He's going for the mineral lines, the mass siege! And that may just be it. That may just be game. Again, the Liberator anti-air, they don't play, Papi. They don't play. Oh, they hunt down the Queens. And that is going to be the mineral lines going down. We have Hellbat Swords on bottom right. We have attempted expand here on the left. Liberators hunting down more Overlords. Hunting down the Larva as well. Spores are on the way. And again, that 0% win rate for 3 points on Paradox may just continue. The Spores will finish. They shut down some of the Liberators. But now we can go Mass Viking. And Vikings, they can kill buildings. They can land. They can pop off. Go. Okay, we have just mass spore on the way. And the problem is that this is also eating into the drone count of 3 points as well. Going mass spore. So that was crazy. That was, I mean, again, I've experienced that in SE2, mate. Like, not even Muta, but in SE2, Corruptors are also almost as fragile. Like, depending on the Liberator count, I've been like two-shot by someone going mass lib before. It's crazy with Corruptor. It's wild. Lib anti-air. They don't hold back, man. They don't hold back. Should have pre-spread. Even I'll be honest. Even with the pre-spread, I think Quanta would have still taken that fight. Like that was insane. Regardless, here we go. Quanta going for one of the islands as well, dropping those Hellions. There are some Spine Crawlers, thankfully, but Vikings likewise going to be landing as well. Yeah, bases are falling left and right. The Vikings are stuttering in. They're stutter stepping. They take down one, take down both of the sunken colonies. The base is the mineral lines, 3 point. He's still somewhat on like a 3 base economy here. He has some mining going. But what is the army looking like is the problem, is the question really. And the answer is nothing. 3 point has 0 army units. You have to go Hydra drop. If you remember Hyper 1, we have casted, I was referring to it earlier, we have casted 3 point going Hydra against whole mono on this map, and landed Vikings destroyed Mass Hydra. It was crazy. To be fair, I think Hydra Lurker would have been a little bit better, but yeah, we saw 3 point lose his Hydras against Mass Viking. It was crazy. And yeah, GG gets called, and Quanta will take game number 1. GG. Yeah, Hyper 1 referring to an all-in instead. I see. Regardless, GG, well played. Quanta will take the first game. And with that, that is game 1 in the books, going the way of the Terran. Very nicely done. And I believe game 2 may be another unorthodox map here. Game 1 was on an island map on Paradox. If I'm not mistaken, game 2 is going to be on Monty Hall. I believe game 2 is on Monty Hall, which is a pseudo-island map. We'll get into it. We will get into it here. Ooh. As we are preparing here for that second game. Do need a moment to set things up. Beautiful. Hyper 1, do you have any translations for what 3 point is saying? Do we want to know what he's saying in the chat? He's like, ban liberators. Ban them. He's saying his mutas, they got deleted. Is Muta Devour any good for air fights? If the game goes there. Yeah, Muta Devour, it's very late game, right? It's Hive Tech, right? It's like Hive Tech. It takes a lot of setup to get to that point, with a lot of economy as well. So I don't know if we're going to ever see that dynamic on Paradox. But it's possible. Definitely possible. Ban everything. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and yes, it is going to be a Monty Hall. For those that have been here before, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, Monty Hall is a pseudo-island map. What I mean by that is there aren't any islands necessarily, but there are a lot of mineral walls. There are mineral walls all over the place, so you are blocked off from bases. You have to mine through them to gain access to them instead. And yeah, you even have to do so to get a natural base. As a result, we've seen a lot of different dynamics take place here on this map, and we'll see what the plan is going forward. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Monty Hall, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, switching colors. I'll fix up the name shortly. The Red Zerg representing Hyper 1, it is a 3 point. Beautiful. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player leading the series 1-0 for Streamer Zone. It is a Quanta. And here we go. We have our natural base, but where is the natural... Sorry, we have the main base, but where is the natural expansion is the big question. Drone is moving out. There are mineral walls. You are basically fully walled into your main, and you have to mine through these minerals to expand. Now, this gold mineral patch you can mine through with one worker, and a worker can squeeze through that location, but only a worker can squeeze, or only smaller units can squeeze through this. Larger units cannot. You have to mine through these mineral patches, and we are going for the proxy hatch. 3 point. He's going for some cheese, going for the all-in. Let's go. Proxy hatch right outside of the main base. Quanta, for the time being, is in the dark, but he is sending out his SCV through the center, which means Quanta will be able to scout this ahead of time. He mines through the gold minerals, and he will get eyes on the hatchery. So very fortunate for Quanta, he does get eyes on this immediately. He's fully aware, but how does he respond? For now, Marine production. Again, it is the Brood War Terran player against the SC2 Zerg. Only one gas geyser back at home for the time being. Is being saturated, so this can lead into a roach warren, into roach play. We can see Quanta responding with a faster academy. Okay, going for a 2-rax response into stim. So mass marine. He's going mass marine. Now, bearing in mind with these range-based units is ideally Quanta, he denies this mineral line from being mined from. Second gas geyser. Are we willing to go into a lair? I'm curious. Do we go for the roach warren? Do we go for the lair? What's it going to be from 3 point? As he has the expansion, he's droning, taking his time. I mean, if 3 point wanted a roach warren, he could afford it, but I think he's going for the lair. And if he goes for the lair, this could be 2-base swarm host. I might be getting ahead of myself, but we have seen swarm hosts on this map before do quite well. Is it going to be the lair? We're waiting for the queen. What's it going to be? Show us the lair. Oh, there it is. It's going to be swarm host. It has to be swarm host. Let's go. So proxy swarm hosts can be brutal here. As you can imagine, swarm hosts, they can lay siege from the other side of the wall and head into the main base. Before we can even think about the lair tech though, here come the SCVs and the fire bats. Ooh, fire bats are on the way. Again, you do require an academy to make fire bats as well. Medic has arrived, Marines are on the way, and we're looking to shut down this initial proxy. And there's only one queen! What was the plan? I was like, there's no units. So 3 point call with his pants down. It looks like he was hoping, maybe expecting to be given a little bit more time or maybe a later scout, but there was nothing to defend. Only one queen, obviously no roaches, no lings to defend, no spine crawler, rushing into a lair. I'm pretty sure it was for swarm hosts, and just like that, 3 point gets shut down, and Quanta takes a quick 2-0 lead. Real fast, real quick. GG. Now, what I will say is that these first 2 maps are the craziest maps in the map pool, and they get forced. Paradox and Monty Hall. You know, island maps in a way. So they're the most unorthodox, they're the most odd, they're the most crazy and non-standard. Now we can get into things that we're more used to, and now 3 point can get into some more standard play. Up next, Alcyone. Here we go. Alcyone is going to be coming up next. I don't expect cheese. I don't expect aggression. I mean, actually, we could see cheese out of Quanta. True. He's up 2-0. He could try to just cheese out 3 point here in the next game. It's possible. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, God. And we're getting into that third game here. We'll see if we can bounce back or if it all ends here and now. Again, I mean, game 1 was a little fun. Game 2, it kind of was a little bit lackluster. It ended before it really began. I feel like we were robbed of a game there, but we'll see if we do stabilize or if it all ends here and now. Is spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta, with a 2-0 lead. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Hyper 1, the SC2 Zerg. It is 3 points. I'll fix up the UI. I got you. Un momento. Man, there we go. There we go. Now again, it's one of those things where I feel like usually 3 point prefers playing the Brood War Zerg race, but alas, I believe this was Quanta's race pick of choice. So Quanta going for Brood War Terran, going CC first. Let's go. Going CC first here back at home. Meanwhile, 3 point going Hatch first as well. Standard opener out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, a bit of a greedier opener out of Quanta. CC into Rax. And again, we're loading into a map that we're all much more familiar with here. One of the more standard macro maps in the SE2 map pool. It is known for its longer macro play as well. And now I feel like 3 point can finally get into his game. You know, game 1 and game 2, crazy maps with Paradox and Monty Hall. Where we're done with them, we're through them, we made it through. Quanta has a massive lead, but I do want to believe that 3 point can make a series out of this. Here we go. Ooh, as Quanta is following this up with a 3 racks. I imagine a 4th racks behind this as well. And speaking of, there's the 4th racks. So racks into, sorry, CC into 4 racks behind this, into an academy, into Stim, of course. Meanwhile, 3 points still just saturating his bases. SCV scouts coming in. Quanta will confirm. There's the academy on the way. Quanta will back off, just confirming that there's nothing crazy, like no early gases, no earlier gas income, no crazy like roach rush or baleen nest or lair. Quanta content with what he's seen, will back off. 3 point now taking his 3rd. Meanwhile, the CC lives to take down the the CC lives to take down the Overlord. That does supply block 3 points. Very nice damage, actually. It will delay some of the economy here, but does disrupt the Zerg. Does disrupt 3 points. As he's getting into his mass bio and getting ready for his stim timing. Oh. I'm not experiencing lag on my end, but it looks like maybe there's some instability going on for others. It's all good. Cross your Ethernet cords. Hopefully everything's okay in the land of Hyper 1. Meanwhile, we do have confirmation that, of course, our Zerg player is going Ling Bane. Baleen Nest has been placed. No roaches. Not this time. So safety Baleen Nest here from the Zerg. And will the Balings be ready in time for the bio push? As Stim is halfway done. The Marines are amassing. Link Scouts will get eyes on additional Raxes and on the Marines as well. And it's going to be on 3 point to prepare and get ready to receive this push. So Hunter's getting ready for the move out. He's getting ready. 3 point, he cuts worker production at 41. So over 2 base mineral saturation. There we go. Banelings are on the way. Fire bats are morphing in. And 3 point, he's pulling his queens together. How many queens do we have? 6 queens so far. Soon to be 8. So 8 queens and Ling Bane to defend. And it's going to come down to the Baneling connections. And how well Quanta can target them down and split as well. Quanta returning over the Baneling. Oh! Baneling's new crash in! Oh, no splits! No splits out of Quanta. It does take him to the face. The Marines are being hunted down. The medics as well. And just like that, 3 point, he will shut down the bio push. He will clean this up. Doesn't want to waste the Banelings. Oh, will he? There we go. Does use them here on the medics. Ooh, fire bats have arrived. Where were you earlier? Is the real question. 3 point has been droning, by the way. Uh-oh. 3 point's been droning up. Quanta coming in for a second wave, but here come the queens. I mean, they weren't even using the first defense, and they're here for the second. 3 point does hold. He drones up. He fully saturates his bases. Takes 2 gas here at the 3rd. Takes gases here at the natural. All 6 gases. Going Ling Bane into potentially Hydra. Even into the Hive Tech. 3 point has options. 3 point, he's in control. And Quanta is still on 2 bases. No 3rd. No 3rd expansion. He doubles down. He throws down 2 more Raxes. Trying to build up a second push. But that first one did fall on its face. Again, there was no reaction. There was no split. Was really not expecting Baneling to be waiting for him on top of the ramp. And Quanta has a lot of catching up to do. It's either harass and try to get some economic damage and get into a 3rd CC and try to expand out of this, or just 2 base all in. And it's looking like a 2 base all in. Here we go. I'm used to seeing like an 8 racks 2 base all in or something like that. It's gonna be 10. 10 racks 2 base all in from Quanta. Marines they dive forward. The queens do transfuse. Ling Bane crashes in. I'll try to lock down the army. Oh, decent connections. Takes down some of the medics. Connects with some of the Marines. Oh, the queens do overextend. They're off of creep. 1 queen falls. 3-point has to pull back. He has to make sure he doesn't get too excited. Oh, I assumed it was going to be Ling Bane, but no, there's Roach Warren. We have +1 range on the way. We can see that we're trying to get into Roach Ravager. Much more robust army. That's 2 more queens go down. Quanta, he's breaking through. Oh, he's getting on top of the queens. Every single queen is falling. The Roaches have arrived, but are there too many Marines? It's going to be close to last the medics. They're running out of energy. Yeah, Quanta is running out of steam. Remember, this is a 10 racks, 2 base all in. And Quanta, he was gaining ground, but now the Roach count, 3-point overextending. 3-point has to be careful here. The Mass Marine surprisingly catching him off guard. And Roaches are falling. Quanta, he can still pull this off. He did preserve most of his medics. Most of the medics did survive. Still has another stim. Also didn't quite connect. And again, that is going to be a better trade for 3-point. Takes down a good chunk of Marines. Forces back the army. Quanta trying to make 10 Marines at a time. And 3-point pushing out onto the map. Bold move. But it looks like he has enough. Yeah, he has enough for a Ravager. He breaks through the Marine line. Gets us all the medics as well. Chases us all the way back home. And 3-point, he's just going to overwhelm. He's got 4 bases. He's got a 3-base economy. 1-1 did finish. He's got 2-2 on the way. And plenty of Roach Ravager. And Quanta, he has run out of steam. Does have the high ground, though. Gets a nice concave. Takes down a good chunk of Roaches. But 3-point is just outproducing. Just outproducing him. Overwhelming him. And again, the medics, they're all just out of energy. They just can't keep going. No more healing. While some of them connect. And Quanta's been forced all the way back to his natural. And 3-point is just rallying across the map. Looking to make a series out of this. It was a rough game 1 and game 2, but here 3-point, he's able to bounce back. With the proper economy. It was Quanta being the aggressor this time, going for a 2-base all-in. And there was some good moments here for Quanta, but I mean, it started with taking those bathings to the face. Like, it was a rough start initially. Only so much he could do. That's 3-point, he gets into the natural. And GG gets called. 3-point takes game number 3. Whew. GG. We have a back and forth. We have a series. The beginning of the comeback has begun for 3-point. Can he keep it up? Can he force the ace match? Or will Quanta still take the series here? He's still on match point. Onomas, 1 more game is all that Quanta needs. And our next game, we're going to be loading into Oceanborn. Let's go. Oceanborn is coming up next. Here we go. We go. I don't think there's a good reason to not just go Ling Bane versus Brutal Bio. We have seen Brutal Bio versus Ling Bane in weeks past, and we might even see it in this series. And it's really cool because when you think of Bio, I think because we're used to like SC2, we think of just like Marine Medic, but it's Marine Medic Firebat, and Firebat actually does really well against Ling Bane when it comes to tanking shots, when it comes to even focusing Banelings down ahead of time as well, because the Firebat attack is of course AoE and a little bit range as well, so it has potential. It is a really interesting different dynamic whenever you see like Marine Medic Firebat against Ling Bane, and we might get to see that here. We saw that, of course, 3-point he went Roach Ravager, which I think was a good call against specifically a 2-base all-in. Because of that 3-point, he was very larva efficient. With Ling Bane, it can be much more difficult to defend against those kind of all-ins. But regardless, we're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. The bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have... they switch colors again. God damn it. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. I'll fix the colors, hold on. There we go. Just fixing up those colors as we do settle in. And once again, we have Quanta embracing Brood War Terran and 3-point embracing SC2 Zer.
Game paused.
As we do have a bit of a pause going on. Hopefully everything is okay. Potentially, you know, some Uber Eats at the door. Getting his food. Or potentially something else. There have been a couple of times where we had some pro gamers interrupted and forced to pause by their pets, specifically like a cat jumping on the desk and jumping on the keyboard. That has happened a couple of times. So hopefully everything's okay. As we enter a brief pause. Oh, no, it's all good. We're coming back. There we go.
Game resumed. Game
never mind. But yeah, hopefully everything's okay. I don't know if there's like a technical issue or something like that. As they will attempt to resolve that issue. It's all good. Just catching up. Oh. Here we go. Oh, okay. So apparently there's someone attempting to get 3 points attention. IRL maybe? We'll see. 3 points just gonna investigate. Oh, okay, we're good. Do apologize. We are jumping back into game 4.
Game resumed.
Here we go. As we enter our openers, it is going to be a Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of 3 points. Meanwhile, Quanta once again going racks into his... Sorry, going CC first into his racks. I'm so used to saying racks expand. But CC first into racks. Double gas follow-up this time. So I'm not so certain that Quanta is going to commit as heavily into his 4-rack setup. But we'll see. We'll see what Quanta does go for. We have seen Quanta embrace mech before against Zerg. There's also a viable tech path that Quanta can go down. You're going mass Vulture tank. But for now, it's going for the SCV Scout across the map. Waiting for his racks to finish, so it looks like it is going to be that factory follow-up. We'll check the natural. There it is, factory's on the way. So no 3 racks, no crazy like 2-1-1 setup. And again, something like mech play is still on the table, or even like 1-1-1 into Wraith Harass. Quanta going for the eBay. Let's go! Quanta going for the eBay block here at the 3rd location. At the same time, back at home, Quanta going double factory. We did mention mech, how it was kind of a viable choice here for Quanta, and that's what it's going to be. It's going to be the mech. Let's go. Should be working towards those vultures. Meanwhile, the eBay does almost complete, forcing the unnatural 3rd base here from 3 point. A very awkward 3rd expansion. It is very exposed, as you can imagine. We do have some high ground right outside. It can be attacked from multiple different angles. There's no, it's not as defendable as your triangular 3rd base. So we'll see if Quanta can take advantage of that. Likewise, the Rax does lift, hunting down the first Overlord. Vulture has arrived, and the Overlord is going to go down. Likewise, Marines are saved. Very nice control out of Quanta. Shuts down the Lings, catches one of the Overlords, and he's going for another. Going for the 2nd Overlord as well. Oh, nah, never mind. Keeps on pushing. Keeps on pushing instead. Lings are on the way for 3 points. Quanta does confirm the 3rd base location. He comes back for the Overlord. And he's researching spider mines. Spider mines are being researched. Overlord's being hunted down. Lings are amassing. And it looks like 3 point he's going to attempt to save his Overlord. Does bypass the Vultures. And the Lings, they will get on top of these Marines. And they do get the surround. The Overlord is saved. Saves the Overlord. Vultures back at home. Oh, they try to collapse on top of them, but they do pull away in time. And nice positioning. Lings, they bust into the main. They confirm they get eyes on all the factories. There is a 3, soon to be 4, 5 factory setup. Jesus, that's a lot of factories. I'm just not used to seeing that many factories this early on, but because there are no add-ons, like, it makes more sense here in Brood War. But there is going to be a 5 factory setup. Spider Mine's being thrown down after confirming the mech. Roachborn is going to be roach play here from the Zerg. Does make sense. Vultures moving out. There are queens in position. They are ready for this. Spine crawlers on the way as well. But the vultures, they will rotate around towards the natural. Lings are amassing. Roachborn just now finishing up. The Lings, they do collapse in. They do try to catch out the vultures. Yeah, the vultures, they are going to be trapped. That's 3 vultures going down. 4 vultures. Every single one. Quanta gets cornered. And that is a brutal loss for the Terran. That is a that one survives. One does survive. A couple of vultures, they slip into the main, but that was how many vultures going down? That was 8. 8 vultures. Spider Mines do burrow, going for the queens. Drones being pulled. It's going to be 3 drone kills, nothing too major. A couple of queens took some spider mines to the face, but they did survive. So far, 3-point is holding. Meanwhile, we have Massive Vulture heading towards that right-hand side, towards the 3rd. Gee, they're so fast. Oh my, they're like sliding on creep. Oh my god. They're speedy boys. Let's throw down more spider mines. Rotating around. Once again, 3-point trying to keep up. I mean, that's why he has all this SimCity, the site defense. As the 4th base is denied. Behind this is still just going Mass Vulture. No transition yet. 3rd CC still on the way. Hasn't been taken from Quanta. Jesus, like they put Hellions to shame. Like when it comes to how fast they are, it's crazy. Oh my god. Guys, they just throw down the spider mines here on top of the queens. Spider mines are set. Oh, they're gonna be popping off. Oh, they get 2 queens so far. Nothing major. Oh my god, but another queen goes down. Trying to drag the army within range of the spider minefield. The minefield even. But there is detection. Nice cleanup here from 3 points. He's holding on. Those hold vultures catching another queen. Jeez, how many queens have gone down? 6 queens left. More spider mines. But as you can see, again, the range of the spider mines is quite low. So as long as there's detection, the roaches can clean them up without too much issue. And Quanta looks like he's done with the Mass Vulture. He's getting into tank production back at home. So it looks like he's realized that the Roach count is high enough to threaten the Vultures, so Quanta has to back off. He has to work towards a bit of a slower composition into Mass Tank. So we could be here for a while. Oh, I say that, never mind. That's a Nidus war. 3 points, he's working towards a Nidus. He's had enough defending, soon gonna counterattack. And look to put Quanta on the back foot as a lot of vultures go down. Roach speed hasn't been researched. I think that's an oversight from 3 points. I mean, there is a lair. And plus on range is finishing up. Nidus Swarm as well, but the fact that these are slow roaches is going to make this a little bit awkward. When it comes to reinforcing, when it comes to attacking as well. Meanwhile, Quanta back at home. Oh, we did end up getting into mutas, my apologies. I mean, Goliath's already ready for this, and we actually didn't lose any SCVs. Oh. Yeah, none of the SCVs did go down. Goliaths are here. Mutas got forced back. So now it makes sense why there was no roach speed, so my apologies. Because of the muta tech, because of the muta investment, that's why roach speed was delayed, but the mutas, they haven't really done anything yet. I mean, there are turrets. They bust into the main. Goliaths are more mobile than Thor's, so we're able to split up and defend. And it looks like 3 is done with Mutas. He's done with Mutas. He's just doubling down on Mass Roach Ravager. The Mutas, they got 2 SCVs. And they at least forced out these Goliaths. Now the question becomes, does Quanta commit too much to anti-air? He's scanning, he's checking, he spots the Nidus Worm, spots the upgrades, he sees the Roach Worm researching, that is a tell. And here comes 3 he's maxed out on Roach Ravager. Do we have enough tanks? Is Quanta ready for this? Are the Spider-Mines buying time? Army's pushing forward. Roach speed just now finishing up. And pushing into the tank line. Not much Sim City. Goliath, they hit a buffer, but it looks like the Roach Ravager getting on top of the tanks. Yeah, the tanks are exposed. And they're going down one after the other. Boys are being pulled, but these are going to be some brutal losses for Quanta. Losing so many SCVs. Every SCV even. It looks like Quanta might just barely hold on. Oh, it's going to be close here. He does force back the army. Quanta holds, but at what cost? At the cost of 20 workers. 20 SCVs went down. And from here, 3 he can back off, remax, and do it again. He can just do this all over again. Quanta in that fight, he lost 6 tanks, 6 Goliaths. Has to rebuild. And you can see Quanta just plummet in supply. 3 still gearing up. Getting his 4th base up, getting up to 4 base saturation. Droning up a little bit further, even taking into Hive. 3 has yet to max out, so he has to be careful to be too premature. He has to just buy time, deny the 4th base, Nidus into the main. Ooh, and no reaction here out of Quanta. A couple of boys are being pulled, but it feels too late. Yeah, the Nidus will finish. Roaches, they pop out. A couple of Goliaths respond, but they don't trade too well here against Roaches. Yeah, Legs are flooding in. More Nidus Worms on the way. And again, this is just buying time. This is just efficient trades here from Quanta, sorry, from 3 Picking up some mech-based units. Got their Nidus, just containing the Terran on 3 bases. Even flooding with more Lings. Lings, they still trade well here against the Goliaths, against the Vultures. Going for the Science Vessel. Irradiates will complete though. Yeah, it does finish. So Irradiate's going to be available for the Science Vessels. But the Roach Ravager is still not dealt with. They get another tank, another 2 tanks. Ay, ay, ay. We get the Irradiate on the Ravager. I mean, hey, it's doing damage to the units coming out of the... Oh my god, coming out of the Nidus. As, again, while Quanta's busy dealing with this, I mean, 3 is still just chilling back at home. Another Irradiate on the Roaches. Nice split. 3 does split up. Does minimize damage. Getting onto the higher ground, picking up a couple of stray SCVs. And even shutting down the science facility, the armory, the tech. He doesn't stop. he keeps going. Calm down. The Nidus at the 3rd. And back at home, there's an Ultra Cavern. Ultra Cavern's on the way, getting into Ultra Tech, taking more bases, more expansions. 90 drones for 3 You could argue too many workers. He's still making more. 93 drones here for the Zerg. Crazy. Again, he's just been given free reign here on Oceanborn to do as he pleases. And sure, there might be a gap in the armor supply. I mean, I should say, sure, 3 isn't maxed out yet, but he soon will. Especially with this economy. With this many workers, There we go. Ultra production has begun. We can see Quanta breaking out, now expanding. But the Zerg player is about to max. Even a couple of Vipers to get the power bombs. Oh my god. Nice split. We have the counter radiate. Let's go. Science vessels, they do survive. Likewise, the Vipers, do they survive in a radiate? Ooh, they do not. Ah, good to know. A radiate does kill the Viper. Do you get 2? Not bad by Quanta. From here, backing up. Attempting to establish the 4th. And I was curious what is going to be done with the main army. This time, no Night Storm. This time, a massive Doom Drop into the main. Now, the Drop Lords are spotted by the Vultures. Quanta is somewhat aware. But for the most part, he's set up here at his 4th, his fresh mining base with mass science vessel tank. Meanwhile, his main base is exposed. There's 2 tanks in the main. And 3 point he wants in production. Oh my god, massive radiations! At least they cleaned up, Ultra as well. But here comes that Doom Drop. Again, if Quanta's given a little bit more time, he could try to stabilize and max out. Irradiate on the Ultras. It's so bright. My god. But again, they do drop on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down. I mean, with a massive radiate, this will be cleaned up. Yeah, 3 Ultras fall. Do we have another radiate? As that's going to be 10 SCV kills. Likewise, oh, no drop here into the natural. Nothing left over. Another radiate from the final Ultra. As we're going for add-ons. Going for the factories. See 3 point gearing up for another counterattack here at the 4th. And this was an expensive trade for 3 point, losing all these Ultras, but he can afford it. 3 point with 94 drones, he can afford this. He's remaxing more Ultras. Another Doom Drop. Let's go. You get the Radiates here on the Viper. Doom Drop coming in, going for the tanks. This time there's no Goliaths, no anti-air. Yeah, we just unload on the tanks. Oh my god. The SCVs as well. Now is not the time. Yeah, tanks, the Ultras, they pop off. GG gets called, and 3 points. We'll tab the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. Again, once we're done with the more unorthodox maps, we do see the 3 point he is able to pop off here, is able to have his way with Quanta. I mean, at least here, it was an interesting start of the game. We had a back and forth with initial Vultures doing a lot of damage, that is true, but eventually 3 point he went for more of a 3-base kind of timing, or maxed out even, with purely Ling Bane Roach Ravager, or Ling Roach Ravager. Did break the 3rd. As we saw, there was a bit of an overreaction to the Muta opener as well, to the Muta play, where Quanta had invested quite heavily into Goliaths, and he wasn't fully aware of how committed the Zerg was when it came to the Roach army. Because of that, his tanks were quite exposed. What I'm referring to specifically is that there wasn't much SimCity, there wasn't much support for those tanks to protect them, to buy time, for them to gain value. So, alas, they got picked off, and with that, GG. GG, well played. 3 point, he snowballed out of control from there. And now we're going all the way to game 5. Going to be loading into a Brood War map, loading into Sylphid. I believe this is the 3-player spawn map, and I don't think we've actually casted a game on Sylphid yet. Interesting. Usually it's one of the more popular maps. We usually see Sylphid a little bit more regularly, but not this week. Not this week. As we are loading in to the final game of the series, we're going to the ace match. Oh boy. Here we go. And I wasn't able to confirm the initial races, but okay, for the first time tonight, we have, not quite for the first time, we saw it earlier as well, but we do have the Brood War Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 point. They change colors again. they keep going. God damn it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the StarCraft 2 Terran player, the blue Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. I was gonna say playing Brood War Zerg for the first time, but I remembered that 3-Point played Brood War Zerg on Paradox, if you recall. Did happen on Paradox as well. So for the second time in this series, it's going to be rolling that Brood War Zerg race. Ooh, going Gas Pool as an opener. So something much more aggressive, something much more assertive. Also, before I forget, I will fix up the color scheme. Hold on. There we go. 3-Point now red. And at 3-Point, he's fanning out his overlords. He's setting an overlord towards bottom left and top right. As a reminder, this is a 3-player spawn map, so both players, they're not fully aware of where exactly their opponent has spawned in, which is why it is interesting to see that 3-Point did go for a later expansion. Again, gas first means faster link speed for the Zerg player. So we'll be getting to faster link speed. Expansion now on the way. Likewise, Quanta opening up Reaper. And is now going for his SCV scout. SCV does move out across the map. SCV is scouting bottom right, which means Quanta will confirm, as he's going for his own Rax expand. Likewise, 3-Point does confirm as well. He gets eyes on the expansion. Lings are massing. Link speed on the way. As we mentioned, with the faster link speed. On top of that, he's not pulling out a gas. Interesting. He's not pulling out. Macro hatchery has been placed. For those that are curious, for Brood War Zerg, macro hatches early on are much more commonplace because there's no queens. There's no queens, there's no injections, so macro hatches are a lot more necessary here for the Brood War Zerg player. As Lings are moving out. And I was curious what the gas was going to be spent on. He's rushing into early burrow. Very interesting. Okay. I was thinking maybe fast lair, but no. Okay, it's going to be fast burrow instead. 3-Point's moving in. The surround! Oh my god. Almost does get the surround. Quanta, calm down. Pulls away. Does micro well against this, but the CC is going to be delayed. As the Lings have arrived, they get on top of the Marine. Marine goes down, but the Reaper does survive. As Link Speed kicks in, extra boys being pulled. When canceling the expansions is a little bit ambitious. I don't think we can quite get it, but more Lings are on the way. No shot. Can he cancel? No shot. Going for the add-on top. Helium production has begun, and the CC will be cancelled. No, that's a kill. No, Quanta. Now is not the time. Ay. Not like this. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. And this could just be game. Lings, they flood in. Hellion has arrived. Boys are being pulled. One Hellion goes down. There's one Hellion left. Lings, they pull away. Burrow is now done. They can, of course, just burrow. Oh my god. How big as burrowing as possible. Burrowing a Ling here at the natural. Oh. The Hellion playing with fire. In more ways than one. Has to pull away. Lings, they delay the third CC as well. Bearing in mind there was another CC on the way. More Lings, they just burrow in the base. Don't even care. And this is just a rough start for Quanta. He supply blocked as well. He lost the depot. Double expanding. Desperately stuck on one base. Behind this, 3-Point taking more expansions. There's a third base on the way. Lair, another macro hatch. Lings, they're everywhere. And more Lings are on the way. Meanwhile, 3-Point is taking it to Hydras. So Hydra soon to be Lurker Tech as well. Lings, they drag the Hellions out. They delay the CC. And more Lings, they unburrow in the main. Getting into the mineral line, trying to force out more scans. Oh, that's Quanta just being pulled apart. Ay. Just things escalating so quickly here. Again, all it took was an early gas, early Ling speed, early scout here from the Zerg player as well. And Quanta was caught with his pants down. Again, no SimCity here either to wall off. That is also a little bit on the side of Quanta. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take. Unlike most maps, there's no ramp, right? There's no ramp coming into the natural. There is a choke point, though. A choke point that wasn't really made use of. So Lings, they just had free reign of the main. Also, I'm pretty sure that because of this setup, the destructible crate, like SimCity is a little bit awkward here as well, at this choke point. Regardless, there was none. Raven has arrived. Quanta will finally break out, but it's just been a really rough start for Quanta. Like, behind this, we do see the 3-point. He has a massive economy. He's joining up to 50. That lair is done. Hydras are popping out. Investing into the Hydra upgrades. No Lurker tech yet. Just going to be Ling Hydra. And I'll be impressed here if Quanta can survive the Hydra push. Because here comes 3-point. Hydras, they are slithering across the map. We have 4 Hellions. We have a Raven to defend. We're getting to Cyclone production. And they will catch an Overlord at least. Cyclones, they can do quite a lot of the back line as well. They throw in the auto turrets. Quanta, he does hold on to the natural. Once again, nice kiting here with the Cyclones. Quanta trading well. The burrow! Doesn't seem to go for the burrow micro. Pulls the boys. I mean, he's holding. True. Is pushing back these Hydras, and these are expensive losses for 3-points. But at the same time, 3-point, he gets 7 SCV kills. 3-point, he does trade his Hydras. Doesn't lose them for free there. 7 SCVs. Alongside the Raven and a Hellion. But at least Quanta does defend. He's holding on behind this embracing mech. Going for additional factories. Banshee production as well. Getting into Cloak. And I was going to say there's potential for damage, but because the Banshee was just revealed in the defense, 3-point's getting ready. We have those spores being set up back at home. I say that just the one spore in the main. Who as Lings, they run into the natural. Not the best trades from 3-point. Quanta is catching up in supply. 3-point getting a little bit wasteful. Has to pull back. Also, what am I saying? I keep forgetting that Overlords are detectors. part of me was like, oh, there's plenty of anti with Hydras, but like there is Cloak. At the same time, though, you don't need Overseers here. As we are getting ready, or 3-point is getting ready with the Lurker drop. Manages a dip into the main. Meanwhile, drop load is set up. Hydras, they force back the Banshees. Drop a lord into the main. There is a turret, thankfully. 3-point, he does push. The Lunkers, they're waddling in. They do split up as well. At the same time, Hydras, they hit the natural, going for the Cyclones. Boys are being pulled once again. Boys are being pulled with the help of the boys. It looks like Quanta, he will be able to hold on to the natural for a little bit longer here. Oof. Losing 11, 12, so many SCVs. But he will hold. Cleans up all the Hydras. 15 SCVs go down. Again, it comes at a price. And the Lurkers are still in the main base. And I'm going to kind of mining in the main. Lurkers will be cleaned up. We'll get both. Shuts down both Lurkers. Back at home, 3-point, getting up to 69 drones. Nice. Hive is done. Queens are on the way as well. More Lurkers. What I will say is that Quanta's defenses have been very impressive. I will say that at least. Quanta has been trading relatively well, but it's just his worker count, right? Like, he's been losing so many SCVs here every single time he defends. He has to pull the boys. Banshees do get across the map, but there's Burrow. Only 2 drone kills. And the Hydras, oh, they shut down the Banshees. The Lunker drops continue. Continue into the main. Hydras moving out once again. Do push towards the natural. There's no tanks in position, only Cyclone and Snare here on the Cyclones as well. We'll slow them down. Another Ensnare in the chamber. Tank has arrived. But it's just the one tank. And Quanta is forced to fight, bleeding out so many Cyclones. And it looks like 3-point finally has enough. Gets on top of the tanks. He gets one. We'll get the other as well. 2 tanks go down. Every Cyclone GG gets called. It's just too much. Lurkers in the main at the same time, and 3-Point will take the series and become this week's StarCraft Evolution League champion. GG. GG, well played. It was a rough start for 3-Point. Remember, he started down 2-0 on Paradox, and on Monty Hall we had the maps come into play, and Quanta just wreak havoc on 3-Point, and then the turns did table. 3-Point was able to survive the initial all-in on Alcyone, if you recall. It was a 10 racks 2-base all-in by Quanta. Of course, 3-Point did survive it, did defend, was able to bounce back on Oceanborn, and bounce back here on Sylphid as well. GG. GG, well played. 3-Point will take it. Once again, claiming another victory here, another win. But a shout out to Quanta for forcing the ace match, for making this as chaotic as it was as well. And even before that, taking down Boanan and making it to the finals to begin with. GG. GG, well played. I know Quanta has been very active as of late. He has been very active streaming. He's been streaming a lot more often, especially because he's on his new team. He's on Streamer Zone. They have recently invested quite a bit into StarCraft, into their StarCraft roster. I think they recently announced Grant coming back to StarCraft and joining their team as well as a content creator. So Grant may be going to start casting again. Regardless, you know, we do appreciate Streamer Zone investing, and you know, I'm sure Quanta is reinvigorated as well. Has been playing a lot, streaming a lot, practicing and improving, and we'll see how much he can improve in time for the full championship. What am I talking about? StarCraft Evolution League. This is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we have an event like this, an open bracket, but in the coming weeks we have a full championship. There are going to be qualifiers, there are going to be invites. Based on the placements in these weeklies, there are going to be invites for the main event as well, players qualifying through their performances in StarCraft Evolution League, and they're going to be playing in a major event in a how much? I want to say $1,000 prize pool. I'll have to double check though. Don't quote me on that. Let me just double check the Wikipedia page. Yes, at least $1,000 prize pool, 1,100 USD. That's a lot of cash on the line for the full championship. I believe there's still one weekly though. I believe the full championship is gonna be in 3 weeks' time, and in 2 weeks is the next SEL, is the next StarCraft Evolution League. So there's still a little bit of time here for players to perform well, to be invited into the next event. Likewise, we're also going to be casting the qualifier for the full championship as well. So plenty more StarCraft Evolution to come. Plenty more to come. Your points. Ah, no. I mean, I went to the ace match though. It was close. It was close. Ah. Best of 3, best of 5, best of 5. Just wrapped up. Wow, quick borrow. Yeah, the quick borrow was wild. Haven't fixed this mod in a while. Did they work out the balance issues? I don't know if there were any balance issues, but I know there was a recent patch. Like the SC Evo mod is pretty regularly patched, and I believe the maps are updated regularly as well. So I mean, that does impact the kind of the flow of the game, if you will. But I mean, the real answer to that question, I'm sure, is going to be in the full championship, right? Again, there's like $1,000 event coming up at next month in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks' time, there is a big event. So that's where we'll find out, you know, what might be a little bit more broken and what isn't. You know, in the lead up to that, we'll get a glimpse of that as well. And again, the team working on StarCraft Evolution, they're also very passionate. They're very active when it comes to patching, and when it comes to updating, and when it comes to taking care and looking after the mod. Again, very passionate people behind the scenes. If you want to help support it, you can do so via Patreon, !SEL. Does that work? No. Oh no. There is I believe a Patreon to help support the tournament, if you wish. Hold on. But I believe there's a link, if you want to support the tournaments. I want to say it's supported by, or it's made by the Kapulu guys. was hoping that maybe Hyper One was in the chat to help out a little bit. Oh, there it is. There it is. Found it. So if you want to help the people that work on this mod, you can do so via Patreon. The link is now in the chat if you're interested in that sort of thing. I believe they have their own benefits as well for supporting via Patreon. Otherwise, watching the event and getting eyes on the event is more than enough as well. So I hope you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed the event. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Again, it went all the way to the ace match. Some of the highlights of the event as well was definitely the PvP between Boanan and Classic. If you missed out on it, I do recommend the VOD. Some crazy upsets were occurring earlier in the event, and a lot of fun matches as well. Again, it's just a breath of fresh air. Usually here on the CranKy Ducklings, we do cast StarCraft on a daily basis, but it is nice to take a break from StarCraft 2 every now and then and casting this instead, the mod, the StarCraft mod, the StarCraft Evolution mod. When it comes to our next broadcast, it is going to be in less than 24 hours. So here on the CranKy Ducklings, tomorrow we're going to be live with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. If you're curious, what is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? That is our weekly open tournament where we bring together players from all regions. Usually we have Korean players like Trap, Shin, Byeon, and Nightmare. They're some of the more regular Koreans, and also actually players like Rebellion, Honmono. 3-Point isn't too active in StarCraft 2 anymore, but Rebellion, Honmono, Lunacy as well, alongside Europeans like Cristiano, Geralt, Eva, Nicorakt, and many other European players. Wayne, Yang Yakov. They all usually do face off. What I will say about this week's tournament though is I believe there are some regulars that won't be there for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Eva and Geralt are otherwise preoccupied. The Epic LAN is currently ongoing. That is an offline event in the UK. Eva, of course, is local to the UK scene, so Eva is playing in that. And I believe Geralt, alongside Lorimbo, they both flew over to the UK and are taking part as well. So they're both at that offline event. So Lorimbo, Geralt, Eva, and many other players are all at an offline event this weekend, so they most likely will not be playing in Sparkling Tuna Cup. So if you're curious where some of those players are, they're at Epic LAN. They're going to be at Epic LAN. But yes, tomorrow is going to be the Sparkling Tuna Cup. Meanwhile, tomorrow after the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we're going to be casting the OSC King of the Hill. If you're curious, the OSC King of the Hill is a unique format. It is a best of one King of the Hill style format where you have 15 players, winner stays on, loser gets eliminated. And you have just non-stop best of ones where a fresh player rises to the challenge time and time again. Likewise, we do get a lot of representation from all around the world. Players like Byeon, players like Spirit, Max Pax, Kelazur, and many others do take part in OSC King of the Hill, so it's always a lot of good fun as well. Always a lot of good fun. So we have 2 casts tomorrow, 2 casts back to back. Then on Monday is the Warrior TV Monday. We have the Pig or So Monday as well, the day after, and our regular events throughout the course of the week. So plenty of StarCraft on the channel. If you enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the content, do consider supporting us by following on all the social medias, !socials in the chat. If you want to get a link to our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, we stream both on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time, and because of that, VODs are available on YouTube immediately. So if you tune in, if you missed a broadcast, if you want to tune in some of the VODs, then YouTube is the place to be for all your StarCraft needs. Again, we have plenty of content, plenty of casting, all on YouTube if you're interested. Otherwise, you can also support us via our own Patreon as well. Our Patreon is designed to fund our tournaments, specifically Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. So you can see just under Quanta's name, how much we make per month via Patreon and our next stretch goal as well. All the money that we make on Patreon, it all goes towards our tournaments. It is all designed to grow our tournaments, fund them, pay out a greater prize pool as well. Currently, our tournaments are very top heavy. Our weeklies are top 2. Top 2 players get paid. If our Patreon grows, we can get up to top 4 get paid as well. So I'd love to, get there one day, but it all does depend on the support that we get on Patreon, and we do appreciate the support that we get on Patreon as well. So thank you to all the supporters on Patreon. Gracias, do appreciate it. Otherwise, it's 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. in the morning, Papi. It's time for bed. It's time to go to bed, Papi. It's 5 a.m. Jesus Christ, this was a long cast. How long? It was like average 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna go get something to eat and rest a little bit, calm things down, then go to bed. I'll try to line it up, and I'll try to wake up in time for Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is specifically in how many hours time? Let me just double check here. It's time for breakfast back. Crazy. 15 hours. So in 15 hours time, we're going to be live here on the channel. So 15 hours. Mark your calendars. So I'll... Ideally, I try to line it up just before the cast starts. So then, especially because tomorrow we have 2 casts. We have back-to-back 2 tournaments. So I want to be well rested. So that's going to be the plan. Going full degen. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've had a back-to-back cast like that. So yeah, wish us luck tomorrow. Wish us luck. I'll try to survive. I'll do my best. Otherwise, thank you so much for tuning in. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. So do give them your support. Who is live at the moment? Who can we raid? Who can we send everyone over to? Miguelito, Vindicta's streaming. True. Vindicta is live. Quanta is streaming, but I think Quanta was streaming his POV. He might be ending his stream. So yeah, we'll send everyone over to Miguelito. Vindicta. Give him some love, give him some support.
알아서 보내겠지?
Oh my god. He is an ex-CranKy Duckling, so much love to Vindicta. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for either Sparkling Tuna Cup or OSC King of the Hill. Again, plenty of content. Plenty of content. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. Bye. Ciao. Thanks for watching.